Yo, we back. Shobi, your brother. And it's October the 17th, 2020. So we got about 2 and 3 weeks before the election. 2 to 3 weeks before the election. And I'm just trying to front load the channels with all the information brothers need to know regarding the presidential candidates. And today's topic, we did the Trump show. We pretty much laid out the platinum plan. We pretty much went over Biden's lift their voice plan, which is just a plan for poor people, period, that make less than $125,000. It's not really a plan for quote unquote African Americans, right? You can watch all those videos. We had a 6-hour discussion last week on this topic. And I believe we covered a lot of bases. So anybody watching that, you know what I'm saying, is you should be well informed on policy and well informed on the compare and contrast between the two presidential candidates and parties. And why us as a people should no longer be supporting a party that supports benign neglect. Okay, chosen people, I want to put your comment on the screen. You said not voting at all. Having an approach from silence or just being silent on the issue is negative because your vote does matter. There's power in your vote. And we're talking about selecting an official in the most powerful branch within the three branches of government, right? So, especially when we got so much hanging in the balance, so much on the table, as far as progressing our people, especially if you're a Black entrepreneur or an aspiring Black entrepreneur. Biden's America is not going to be in favor of you. Biden is talking about raising the corporate tax and raising all of our taxes in general, which is going to hurt small businesses and hurt startups. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got your business off the ground, it's going to be very hard for you to amass that wealth, and you're going to just be stuck in a paradigm of a worker bee where you just work for a company for the rest of your life and never really accrue any real wealth. So you gotta understand something. Voting is very important. So when people say vote, not vote at all, so don't complain about Black prosperity, Black unity, upward mobility for your community when you did nothing at all to support the policy or back the policy that we could leverage from, which that policy that I'm speaking of is the Platinum Plan, which Cube was on the fire for, because Cube reached out to both parties and the Democrats pretty much said, you know, they blew him off and said, we'll talk to you after the election. You know, they didn't even address him, but the Trump administration listened to Ice Cube. You understand? And Ice Cube was able to implement parts of his contract with Black America into the Platinum Plan, you know, which makes the Platinum Plan for us by us. FUBU. You understand? So when you say you're not voting at all, bro, being silent on the issue is not helping either. We have to be pragmatic and utilitarian for the most part. And a lot of our people are not pragmatic and utilitarian. We don't look at voting as what do we get out the deal? You understand? And that's been the problem for the last 50 years. We've just been voting blindly and voting, you know, casting the same ticket towards the Democrats for 50 years. And we have got nothing out of the deal. Even with under Obama, we pretty much didn't get nothing out of that deal. You understand? Black America was still in shambles. We didn't have any economic growth. You understand? Upper mobility. Our majority of our children in these major cities, which are Democratic ran, by the way, has been for the most part illiterate. I'm from Dallas, Texas. So I know in Oak Cliff and Dallas, Texas, the inner urban kids, which is primarily the Black and Hispanic kids, a lot of them are illiterate. The school system has failed them. So when Trump is providing us with school choice, where we can put these kids and funnel these kids into the charter schools where they can get a better education and be able to compete, is huge. Because I did a show on how we should be targeting these high-paying degrees. We should be getting our children and the next generation ready to go to school to get these high-paying degrees. Pharmaceutical science was one of them. IT was one of them. Anything in STEM, you're going to make money, man. If you're doing anything, engineering, architecture, or something like that, you're going to be in a six-figure club. You understand? And if you want economic growth for our community and for our people, you would push education. You would push free choice of school, where you can say, okay, I'm going to take my child out of these failing schools that is getting less funding. You understand? Because the government punishes your school for failing. They receive less funding, and then they don't pay the teachers anything. So the teachers are not inspired to do their job, and they front load these classes with 30 students. We're doing it wrong, and we need to take them out and put them in these charter schools and so they can have a better fight in this rat race we're in America, so they can land better jobs, get better degrees. And we need to educate the children that you don't go to school for a hobby. You understand? You don't go to school for music and arts. Last week I showed y'all the chart. Those type of degrees in arts and education are the lowest paying degrees. So when these people tell you, hey, don't go to college because you're going to amass a lot of debt, it's because they're choosing those type of degrees. You understand? So I believe the Trump administration is pushing forward school choice, which is huge in the Black community, because a lot of us are below the poverty line and we can't afford private school and anything like that. So having school choice, where instead of forcing our children to go to these failing public schools, they can go straight to the charter school and get a better education and have a leg up, instead of just being illiterate. Because a lot of our children, I'm from Dallas, I'm telling you, I read the news there. A lot of Black or inner city children are illiterate in Dallas. You understand? And it's like that across the country, especially in these Democratic ran cities like Chicago, Illinois, Baltimore, Maryland. You understand? South Central LA. Do your Googles, man. All right, so I'm going to address Lamont right here. Lamont said this guy's lying. If you look at Trump's one-page plan, it has hardly anything in there about Black America. You're very disingenuous. When you open up the Trump's plan, it starts off addressing Black America and African American business. It talks about creating 500,000 African American owned businesses. You understand? Allocating $500 billion to the Black community. So it's like, for you to even say that, you're being disingenuous. You understand? It says Hebrews of America, all of Ice Cube's contracts should have been implemented, not pieces. Well, first of all, let me tell you this. The fact that some of it was implemented, we don't know what level, is huge, because that means the Trump administration is listening. What part of that y'all don't understand? The Democrats didn't listen at all. The Democrats blew Cube off. You know what I'm saying? We'll address you after the election. And that's pretty much been Biden's whole approach. Every time someone asks him a pertinent question, he's like, well, we won't tell you what we're doing until after the election. Wait a minute. I vote for people that I know what their plan is. We don't vote for people where it's a mystery. We don't know what we're going to get. You understand? This brother said, Hebrews of America said, Lamont Robinson, so you vote for a guy who never repented for his crime bill. I mean, that's pretty much, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people throwing the racist card on Trump, but this dude Biden has been actively racist, has been dealt with, what is it, Robert Byrd, a known segregationist, right? A member of the KKK and a recruiter of the KKK, was one of his mentors. He said that's his mentor. You understand? So you wonder why the 1986 crime bill disproportionately hurt Blacks. The 94 crime bill, where they were locking up Black people just for smoking weed. You understand? So it over criminalized Black people, but y'all want to throw the racist card on Trump when Biden has been a racist, pretty much. You can call him a closet racist, but when you look at his policy, who has it been affecting the most is the question. It's been our people being affected by him. But you got these people that are blindly supporting the Democratic Party, just supporting their policy, supporting and voting them into office. Over 90% of the black vote goes to Democrats. And then also what Biden does, and the Democrat Party loves to do, they lump the African American community with the LGBTQ community. But why are you putting those two together? Obviously, we know what your primary goal is. Obviously, we know who you're supporting. You're supporting the LGBTQ community. You understand? Because they get everything. They get to join the military now. The military has to fund their SRS, sexual reassignment surgery. So if the male want to become a female, the military has to pay for that now. They're getting everything out of the deal. Black people, you always get the lowest of the lowest, man. The short stick, man. That's what we get. We get left out, left behind, but they want to lump us in. All blacks, Hispanics, Asians. They throw us all in the same category, and we still get nothing from the deal. Let me see. Shout out to my brother, the CEO, Jeremiah. He said, and it's so sad our people just go with the narrative. That's why news and propaganda is so powerful, because our people don't do the research and they go with the popular opinion. That's right. They just go off of media. That's why a lot of black people are angry with Cube right now. Look at Twitter. Look at Black Twitter. Look at Facebook. A lot of them are calling and addressing Ice Cube a coon because he reached out to the Trump administration and they came back to him and allowed him to implement parts of the contract with Black America. They're calling him a coon for that. You understand? And majority of the people I'm seeing getting mad are either women, clamorous women, or homosexual males. Those are the people getting mad at him, calling him a coon. But when you look at it, that's the Democratic Party. That's who they pander to. Women, woman's choice. We're going to talk about that today. Women get the choice to kill children here in America under the Democrats. And of course, a black gay male will be pro-Democrat because majority of the pandering and majority of the benefits of being a Democrat is catered to the LGBTQ. So of course, gay males will be offended, right? Because they represent less than 2% of America, but they get majority of the benefits of the presidential candidacy and the administration on the Democratic side. Let me see what this brother Lamont's saying. How can you vote for a president that the Proud Boys are voting for, that David Duke is voting for, that the KKK supports? What do you and the Klan have in common? I have nothing in common with the Klan, but what I will say is this. How can you vote for a president that passed the 94-86 crime bill that locked up majority of blacks and destroyed families across America? See, you just in your feelings and your emotions right now. People gonna vote for a president regardless, right? On the left and the right. But the thing is, one of these presidents have done actual harm. We're not talking about commentary. We're not talking about conspiracy. We're talking about actual harm to the black community as a whole. Destroy families over small, minor offenses, which is a slap in the face because majority of this country has overturned that marijuana thing. You know, a lot of these states are starting to legalize marijuana, right? And they're making billions of dollars off of marijuana when many of our parents, many of our people have been locked up for just smoking marijuana under the 94 crime bill. So it pales in comparison, Lamont. It pales in comparison. You cannot compare what Trump is doing to what Biden has did for the last 47 years. I keep telling y'all, Trump is not a career politician. Biden is. And he's been a senator. He's been a vice president. And his entirety in his career has been detrimental to black people. So when you cast your ballot, have that in your mind and know that. I'm not going to allow y'all to be ignorant. All right. The Swuvia says you can watch Malcolm X's The Ballot or The Bullet right now. It still holds relevant to today, 60 years later. We've been voting for decades, so what has voting really done for us? We've been voting for the wrong party is the problem. That's the problem. We haven't voted for our benefit, and we haven't demanded these people to do the right thing about us. You understand? Like we was talking about HR 40, which is a reparations package that was presented in the 80s, late 80s, 89. It's 2020. We have a black president. Why didn't Obama push HR 40, the reparation bill? Why wasn't that not addressed during the 8 years and the 2 terms of the Obama administration, which vice president, at the time, Joe Biden was vice president. If you was pro-black, you should have went that route. You understand? So the issue is majority of our votes went towards a party that did nothing for us. That's the part you're leaving out for the last 60 years. You're leaving out the part that for the better part of the last 60 years, we have been Democratic, and that party has done zero for the black community. We haven't been voting strategically, and we haven't been pragmatic, and we haven't been utilitarian, meaning voting for our benefit. All right. Hebrews of America says, no, I agree with Trump administration listening, but our plan should be by itself, not majorities or colored people. For majority of the Platinum Plan is addressing African Americans. So I don't understand that argument. That's what makes it so unique, because other political promises always just scoop us up and throw us in other groups. And this one, for the most part, is talking about the benefit of African Americans. Look at the health part. The disparities in the health is clearly just talking about African Americans, high blood pressure, maternal mortality, because majority of our black women are dying while giving birth because they get the least amount of medical attention during giving birth, right? So these things are addressing sickle cell anemia. That's that got African American written all over it. Come on, bro. Let's see this. Sheikah Johnson says straight males abandon, threaten the company, finance, and participate in abortion every day. David didn't kill Uriah, but he set up. The Most High said he killed Uriah. Okay, I don't understand your point, Sheikah Johnson. Are you attacking straight males? Like, where is this coming from? Are you saying straight males are the problem? Because really ain't that many of us out here. Because the emasculation of men has been pushed so hard by the left, by the Democrats. It's not even funny. You understand? So it's not even what you're saying, Sheikah Johnson, is hurting the Democrats, because the emasculation of the male is an effect of the 94 crime bill and 86 crime bill. Because once you took the father out the home, right? Once you took him out the home, there is no masculine representation for him to follow. You understand? And now he's being raised by his mother, and those female tendencies get passed down to generation to generation because we don't have nuclear families. Black Lives Matter, which is a leftist group, is against nuclear families, meaning a father, mother, and child. You understand? What represents the black community the most is single moms raising children. And that has disproportionately hurt the black community. Abortion has disproportionately hurt the black community. You understand? All these things that the Democrats are for has negative towards the black community. The feminization of our men, that's negative of the black community. We don't have enough men to even, represent the black community properly, because they're either criminals, homosexuals, you understand? If they're not active criminals, they locked up, you understand? Because the overcriminalization of black people, right? So I don't understand your point there. Lamont Robinson again says, how come this guy will not mention anything about how racist Trump is and he's not racist against white people? In case you guys don't understand, he's racist against us. Again, can you give me something that this guy has done and implemented that has directly affected black people as a whole? Because I can show that with Biden. You understand? Can't show that with Trump. Are you going to give me some commentary? Or he said this made me feel, you and your emotions, bro. That's an appeal to emotionalism. You understand? Almost an appeal to stupidity too, bro. Let me read Sheikah Johnson. She says, under Republicans, crack was unleashed on black America to fund an illegal war on the GW 9/11. happened, and he put black men on the front line. G.W. Senior, George W. Bush Senior, started a war and put black men on the front line. I understand your plight against them, and I don't support none of them presidents on Reaganomics. I'm against Reaganomics and all that. I understand that, but you got to understand this: Trump is not a career politician, and he's getting rid of what they call the Romney Republicans. You understand? And now we're getting what we call the Trump Republicans. That's why people like Vernon Jones, and the senator in Georgia, is supporting Trump. He's a Democrat, but he's supporting Trump because he's saying your administration is best for black people. You understand? He's moving off logic and not emotion and feelings. I understand those three presidential candidates, presidents that you brought up in their administration was negative towards black people, and I would never deny that. I don't support them. George Bush was a horrible president. Reagan was a horrible president as well. But the president we got now has something that we can glean from. And that's my point. And again, black people didn't overwhelmingly vote for them. You voted for the Democrats. You understand? So if they got an agenda not helping you, you need to vote for the people. You need to demand from the people and from these parties, and stop going with the party that has hurt you ever since their conception. The Democrats is the party of slavery. The reason why you didn't get 40 acres and a mule during Reconstruction is because the Democrats voted against it. You understand that? Black codes, Democrat. The KKK started by the Democratic Party. All of these things came through the Democrats. 94-86 crime bill, Democrats. You understand? Let me see what this brother say. G-Track Beats. I made most money in my lifetime under Trump. It's because he put that fire under a black man, and that's good. That's a fact, man. And he good for small businesses because all of the tax cuts, the corporate tax cut went from 38% to 21. And that's why we saw that the economics drive upwards. Wages drove upward. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these corporations and these companies and these small businesses had incentives now, and it was easier for them to come in and make money and start their businesses. So yeah. Ricky Rowland says people should go back and listen to Trump's speeches, which are all inclusive. I mean, that's your opinion. He's an American president, not the president of just black of Americans. We understand he has things for all groups, but the Platinum Plan is specifically targeting us. Sheikah Johnson also said Trump took away the lives of 4 black men and still says they are guilty after what we all seen is done. Trump did not take away their lives. He didn't do that. Trump had commentary against them. The Central Park 5, he had commentary, which was negative. Do I agree with his commentary? No. But did he do anything to them directly? No. That's called appealing to emotion. Come on, man. Use logic and reasoning here. My bro D-Red, the East Coast distribution arm of Iran-Contra was in Arkansas under then the Governor Bill Clinton. That's true. That's true. These Democrats, man. First Republicans were black. Yes, that was the party of the black people, the GOP, because the Democrats were staunch racists and they didn't want to have anything to do with us. You understand? Again, the Democratic Party is the party of slavery. They were pro-slavery. The Republicans came with Emancipation Proclamation. Yes, Abraham Lincoln was racist, but what he did help black people. That's what y'all don't understand. Get out your feelings. I said, do more research. The president you have now is a puppet. Do more research. All I got. I'm not in it for the conspiracies, bro. Come with actual facts. Sheikah Johnson said there is no party that is good. Don't they? To sell us on Republicans, Trump uses racism as political currency. If you uphold that, you're against black people. That's all emotions and conspiracy. Again, give me some actual facts. Sabio said it was both parties. That's a lie. The Democratic Party was the party of slavery. Republican Party was against slavery. Trump is better for business, period. Yes. Again, the Jobs and Tax Act, where you cut those taxes across the board, help induce businesses in America, period. And it's going to help us because a lot of us need to become small business owners, and we can benefit from that corporate tax cut. Savio doing more camping. Clay said, Sheikah, who is this Sheikah person? Why is she? You doing a lot of woofing in the back. He influenced, and as president, he stands by it. I lived in NY. He was on all the time. He did not do anything directly. Again, black people love to run off conspiracy. This channel is not for you. I don't do conspiracies. They both were pro-slavery. No, they were not both pro-slavery. Peace, Royal Princess, peace. Shalom, brother. Shabbat shalom. You did not give a facts. You did not show Trump directly indicting them. Get out of here. Let's see. I'm gonna get into the sources here in a minute. Yeah, small black businesses and all businesses got slammed during COVID. You had a pandemic, a virus. That has nothing to do with the Trump administration or current presidency. That has everything to do with a virus and a pandemic. Matter of fact, Biden was against closing our borders. They called the president xenophobic when he banned the travel ban on China and the travel ban on Europe. He was trying to prevent the spread of the virus, but the Democrats wanted to keep our borders open. What the hell wrong with y'all, man? Yeah. Can't believe Harlem Street tells us, can't believe foundational Americans are falling for this whole Trump is the boogeyman bullshit. We all know it's pandering to get the black people in their emotions like they always do. Look at the comments. Black people in their emotions right now. But that's why hood conservatives said it the best. Eagles don't fly with pigeons. You understand? We the Eagles here. So the Eagles, we're going to fly towards upward mobility and economic growth for our community. And the pigeons going to keep falling for the same BS they've been falling for the last 50 years, 60 years. D. Red says the choice is closet racist versus open racist. I prefer open racist. Me as well, man. That's just common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, I'm in the North right. I'm in the Northeast right now. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people say the North, they not racist. No, a lot of these people just closet racist. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So down south, they're more open. Who can unbun you? You would have said F. Trump and Biden, they both are bad for blacks. I mean, that's your opinion, man. Can you derive that off of factual evidence? What's best for blacks is Trump administration. I'm going to stand on that. Read the Emancipation Proclamation. Dude, Isabio, I'm really thinking you're an idiot right now. I said that Abraham Lincoln was a racist because he said that he did not believe whites and blacks were equal. But the Emancipation Proclamation, what it did was free us from servile labor, right? You understand? We were no longer chattel slaves after that, which was beneficial for us. So get out your feelings, bro. We stand on facts over here. Sheikah said, what do you... I don't know what you're saying. That's broken English, but I guess you're saying he's not responsible. It was already here because he refused their advice in the beginning. He called it China virus and it's called a hoax, and he called it a hoax. What he did was responsible because he initiated the travel ban. You can't get around it in late January. Stop it. Meanwhile, a teacher died because Texas government listening are pressuring school districts from Trump. Yeah, but if Biden had it his way, he would have left the borders open, and we would have had about 2 million people die instead of 200,000 people, die. And Democrats use foreigners as a weapon against us, the same people Trump is openly against. That's right, Harlem Street tells. We're going to get into it. I spent 30 minutes because these brothers and sisters in the comments, I'm interacting with them, but I'm about to dive into these sources, and I'm going to try to bring some brothers on so they can speak. Y'all gonna get the black GOP today. I'm not gonna give you these brothers that are illogical are not getting a voice today. You illogical brothers ain't getting the link today. I'm rolling with my brother James, and I'm gonna try to get my brother D Red in here. I'm gonna drop that link for them so they can join because they're rational. We got the rational Hebrews in the building. You understand? So let me go ahead and get the rational Hebrews in the building, man. Y'all jumped on Ice Cube back for trying to help black people, man. Yeah, despicable. Ice Cube went to both parties, and the party that listened was the Trump administration. That's a fact. Like we go off facts here and empirical data. This the source debate league, bro. We go off the sources. Y'all in y'all feelings, man. Get out y'all feelings, man. Step it up, man. We for upward mobility of black people, and Trump administration is going to be the best for our people versus Biden, man. You only got two options. Two options. All right, brothers, y'all got the link. So whenever y'all ready to jump in, let me know. D-Red, you got the link. James, if you watching, you got the link as well. Click that link when y'all ready. All right, we finna get into these sources. We finna get into these sources and go into this, man. Why black people shouldn't vote for Biden. 3 quick points, man. I ain't gonna hold you up. Yeah, that's right, man. Ice Cube did right, man. Ice Cube was trying to push that contract with Black America, and he went with the party that listened to him. It's just that simple. Shalom, D-Red, what's happening, man? What's cracking, man? Why these people in their feelings? You know what I'm saying? These people in their feelings today, bro. The hell going on?
Shit, what it do, baby? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. You loud and clear, man. What's happening?
Ah, man. I mean, people, these cats don't. They don't do no. They ain't done their homework, man. I done shared a link in the back. From the Huffington Post and the Huffington Post. I try to use, if I'm going to liberals, I try to use liberal sources. So you can't say that it was confirmation bias from the source. If I'm going at a right winger, I try to use right wing sources to go at them with. So the Huffington Post is as liberal as you can fucking get. And the Huffington Post got an article called hold on, let me try to find it. Let me try
Hey,
to find
Jeremiah,
it.
you don't need the link. Just log in. Come on, brother. But what you think about? Because I don't know who this Sheikah woman is. She brought up Trump and the Central Park 5 situation. Trump was not a judge. He didn't adjudicate. He wasn't a prosecutor. How's he directly involved in what happened to them? Because he made commentary. What the hell wrong with our people, man? He made commentary. That's it.
All right. The article is called "The Democratic Party's Two-Facedness of Race Relations," right? And it
Hold
says
on, but I can put it on the screen. Give me the article name.
it's called "The Democratic Party's Two-Facedness of Race Relations."
Two-faced.
This
I got you. Of race relations. I got you, brother. Hold on. Give me a minute, man. Hey, Jeremiah, why Sheikah going wild in the comments, man? What the
Hey man,
hell?
bring Sheik on, man. Come on in here, man. We need to talk.
After we get the sources, after we bring all the sources out, because this is what happens, Jeremiah. I try to read articles, and it'd be so much hoopla from the people that's in their emotions. We never get through the article. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I want to bring Damon's source. You know what I'm saying? And I got some sources I want to share with the people too. You know what I'm saying? So Damon, you should be able to see it, right? That's it. You see it? Democratic Party's two-facedness of the race relations.
yeah,
You want me to read it, or
yeah, you can read it. You can read it.
Hey, put it full screen. There you go.
All right, so Huffington Post, Democratic Party's two-facedness of race relations. It says, "I'll have those niggers voting Democratic for the next 200 years." That quote was by Lyndon B. Johnson to 2 governors on the Air Force One. I had never heard the above quote from Ronald Kessler's book Inside the White House before, but my father had told me about LBJ's terrible mouth and frightful personality. If you listen to Democrats, many of you do, at least those who watch MSNBC and read the NY Times rapidly, you hear fanciful yarns spun so sweetly about how LBJ ended racism, segregation, and voting inequality in America. They make him sound like Mr. Rogers. How long will the Democrats continue their absurd charade? All the while claiming Republicans are racist. Meanwhile, the Democrats are the party clearly responsible for the contemptible Jim Crow laws. Let's see how proud these secret racist beliefs make current day Democrats. Let's see how they like the real truth being told about their party. When I was 9, a friend of my father's worked in the LBJ White House and was unhappily close with LBJ. He was writing a book about his experiences with this foul-mouthed, racist president, and somehow I got my hands on it. I was fascinated. I had never encountered such words of their rampant use. Even when no vulgarity was necessary, an inside view of the president that 99.9% of the country never saw. LBJ was an awful man. He promoted and signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the 1965 Voting Rights Act because he thought it was politically expedient. He disagreed violently and kept it a secret, something I think is unreservedly detestable. Or is it a common politician's disease? Let's look at another quote attributed to the great society and civil rights hero, LBJ. These Negroes, they're getting pretty uppity these days, and that's a problem for us since they got something now they never had before. The political pull to back up their uppityness, now we've got to do something about this. We got to give them a little something, just enough to quiet them down, not enough to make a difference. For if we don't move at all, then our allies will line up against us and there'll be no way of stopping them. We'll lose the filibuster and there'll be no way of putting a break on all sorts of wild legislation. It will be Reconstruction all over again. Could this be the type of man, it was whispered, who had the boss killed to get his job? Here are more devastating quotes from the party that cares or pretends to care to deceive voters. Mr. President, the crime of lynching is not of sufficient importance to justify its legislation. Senator Claude Pepper, 1938, spoken during a 6-hour speech against the anti-lynching bill. I am a former legal recruiter of the Ku Klux Klan in Raleigh County. The Klan is needed today as never before, and I am anxious to see its rebirth in West Virginia. It is necessary that the order be promoted immediately in every state in the union. And that was Robert C. Byrd, which Robert C. Byrd is the mentor of Joe Biden.
Man.
Who you black people just want to go vote for right now, coming November 3rd. His mentors are the KKK, man. Y'all trying to throw the racist card on Trump. Oh, Trump racist. Man, y'all ain't saying nothing about Joe Biden, who got actual ties with a KKK leader and promoter. But anyway, let's get back into it. He's a Democratic senator from West Virginia from 1959 to 2010. Senate Majority Leader, man. President Truman's civil rights program is a farce and a sham in an effort to set up a police state in the guise of liberty. I'm opposed to that program. I have voted against the so-called poll tax repeal bill. I have voted against the so-called anti-lynching bill. And that's Representative Lyndon B. Johnson in 1948 when he was senator. So he was for lynching, man. He was pro-lynching. This Democrat was pro-lynching. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy said, I did not lie awake at night worrying about the problems of Negroes. So Kennedy didn't care about Negroes, right? It said everybody likes to go to Geneva. I used to do it for the Law of the Sea conference, and you'll find these potentates from down in Africa. You know, rather than eating each other, they'll just come up and get a good square meal in Geneva. That's Senator Ernest F. Holdings, 1993 Chairman, Commerce Committee. I do not think it's an exaggeration at all to say to my friends from West Virginia, Senator Robert C. Byrd, a former Ku Klux Klan recruiter, that he would have been a great senator at any moment. He would have been right during the great conflict of civil war in this nation. That's Senator Christopher Dodd. Now, keep in mind, these are all Democratic people. Chairman, Committee on Banking, Housing, Urban Affairs, candidate for a Democratic presidential nomination in 2008. To add to the insult and injury for African Americans, Bill Clinton, the absurdly titled first black president, was apparently not a big supporter of black Americans, as his esteemed title would imply. In his book, Run Brown's Body, Jack Cashill first refers to Clinton's White House as a place where minorities such as Brown were not only exploitable, but expendable. My final quote on race hypocrisy comes from our current president, Barack Hussein Obama. from dreams of my father. I ceased to advertise my mother's race at the age of 12 or 13 when I began to suspect that by doing so, I was ingratiating myself to whites. These quotes from Democrats are why minority voters are starting to understand how they've been swindled into thinking that the Democratic Party best represents their interests. That's worrisome for Democrats at large. The facts coming to the roost will create a major backlash against the Democratic Party. All right, hold on. I gotta look at the comments after this. After reading that, I gotta see the comments, Jeremiah.
Man, let me say something real quick, man, because this is powerful. Right? This is powerful. I was one of those Hebrews, man, that felt like, you know, we don't need to have nothing to do with no voting. We don't need to have nothing to do with none of this political system. We need to just focus our attention on ourselves, right? But that mindset is what these political parties have been banking on for those who have the option to be able to participate in this voting system. And one thing that I'm learning, man, and all praises be to the Most High for what you brothers are doing. Because I'm just sitting back watching, man, and I'm looking at the information, right? Remember, this is the source. So as we start to evaluate some of these things, we go into the history, because what you just read was extremely offensive. And if you are comfortable in your mind with the Democratic Party after what we just read, something's wrong with you, man. You understand? And it plays along with everything we learn within Scripture in regards to their dealings with us. So we can still be Hebrew Israelites. We can still practice our faith and still apply pressure to make these people at least give us something, right? And so that the more that we get involved, the louder our voices become, right? Without us selling ourselves short or feeling that we are doing something against our faith based upon us requiring more attention from these political parties. This is something that I had to come to the realization on this year, right? Trying to understand and really look at what's going on, especially locally, and transitioning to the mind of being an entrepreneur, right? Being a business owner, having these concerns, because a lot of these people don't have these concerns. If we started to talk to these people, they're not business minded. They don't have those concerns. That's not even in their mind. All they want is to be talked to sweet, right? All they want is to be talked to sweet and nice. If you do that, then you can get my vote. No, the hell with that, man. We need to see what systems that you're trying to put in place that's actually going to benefit us financially, right? Within the business sector. How can we become more owners in our own communities? These should be some of our concerns. We have to expand our thinking and not feel that we are going against our faith by requesting more in the realms of business in our community. We have to take these things into consideration, family, for those that are listening, because like the brother said, a lot of you are in your emotions. And I have not seen you bring solid facts and sources. So I'm waiting and I'm watching, I'm seeing, because I'm really being swayed toward looking and being more active in these political parties, man. We have to take this thing a little bit more seriously and look at it from a owner, a business, a leadership position in our minds and our spirit, man. I yield.
Powerful, brother. Powerful. And that's right, man. Like I was telling the brothers earlier, like being silent on the issue ain't helping either. You know what I'm saying? We got to be able to glean as much as we can from these people so our people can thrive. Our people can get out of poverty. Because newsflash, black people, majority of your people below the poverty line. Newsflash, black people, majority of your people are illiterate. Newsflash, black people, majority of people are incarcerated. So we need all the help we can get.
And we can't poo-poo on the art of the deal, man. We got to study the art of the deal. You see what I'm saying? Q was supposed to go and try to sit down with both parties and try to negotiate the best deal. It's no different if he was shopping the script. If he was shopping the script, he wouldn't just go to one person. He would sit down with MGM. He would sit down with Universal Studios. He would sit down with Sony Studios. He would sit down with Lionsgate, and he would sit down and see who would come with the best deal. This is business, man. This ain't personal. Huh?
It's like just because a person might vote Trump don't mean that you agree with his racist views or his racist rhetoric. Like, people got to separate that, man.
And that's why I was in the piggyback of what you saying, Jeremiah. That's why it was powerful when Yeshua brought up what you call it. When he brought up Abraham Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation. Abraham Lincoln was a racist. Lyndon B. Johnson. I'm gonna find the article. Lyndon B. Johnson was a racist. You know what I'm saying? But Lyndon B. Johnson still, as we read Yeshua just read some of his quotes, he was obviously a racist, but he still passed the Civil Rights Act, right? So just because a person is racist don't mean that they can't do the right thing at some point in time. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand that yes, Trump may be an open racist. Cool. All right. But at this particular point, the open racist is the one that's willing to sit down with black folks to have a meeting. Let me get you to understand why. We vote, and we're gonna get off into this because I just shared in the group a lot of the sources for this, for what I'm saying. So we're gonna probably end up going to read this stuff. Joe, where was I going? Okay, if Biden has his way, he's already said he's gonna give amnesty to all of those illegals, right? So what does that do? You know what I'm saying? They estimate it's anywhere between 4 million to 24 million undocumented workers. They don't know because for show numbers because they're undocumented. You know what I'm saying? So that's anywhere from 4 to 24 million. The Hispanic vote is already they're already the largest minority. So we've already been surpassed as the go-to minority. If he gives amnesty to those 4 to 24 million Hispanics, you will be a permanent underclass, and everything in regards to civil rights will go through them first, and then you. You see what I'm saying? So now you're advocating for something that's at your own demise. See, this is what we're not people are not intelligent enough to understand what they're voting for. You see what I'm saying? And like Yeshua said earlier, an appeal to emotion. You know what I'm saying? These people already don't like you. But yet and still, you will try to care about their issue at your own demise. But when it comes down to it, them people not gonna give a damn about you. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of those Hispanics check the white box,
right,
on the census.
Right.
So we can get off into that.
White issues. You understand?
Exactly. So over time, they're going to be voting their own best interest. See, the Hispanic community is going to vote Biden because they're getting something for Biden that benefits their community, which is politically intelligent. We are voting for something that we're going to show through peer review articles that illegal immigration disproportionately hurts the black community, but yet we'll still be trying to make reasons to support it. Because we're not doing no research. We think we informed of what's going on because we watch CNN Fox News, MSNBC, whatever. But these people are not breaking down the numbers. So if me as a regular person can research this and figure this out, you don't think Biden and Harris know this? They know this. So where do they play? Because one of the sources come from I think it's the Senate House Committee. You see what I'm saying? So they know this. But what they're planning on doing is this: the reason why Biden said told Q we'll address you after the election. Because if they win the election, guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna give amnesty. They're gonna give amnesty to those Hispanics, and they're never gonna have to deal with you ever again anyway. They're never gonna have to worry about you because they're gonna have a locked in base to where they'll always be catered to. They'll have a whole new base, and that base won't be you.
That's powerful, man. I mean, for them to say, right, we'll talk to you after the election. That's extremely disrespectful, man.
Well, I mean, it's not disrespectful when you understand the plan. When you understand the plan, Jeremiah, the plan is we get in, give amnesty to these 24 million. They're already the majority. They're already the majority minority. They're already the largest minority. So we're going to strengthen that majority minority. So the majority of those people will vote for us, and so now we don't have to appeal to black people at all.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying? So, but now, this is the genius of Trump and what he's saying. But when you talk to him, when you listen to his speeches, I had to go back and start listening to his speeches over again because I was in my feelings and I just didn't like him. So I had to start going back and listen to his speeches. You know what I'm saying? At the behest of my wife, because she's the one that been telling me, shit, Trump don't give a fuck about nobody but citizens. And I was like, what are you talking about? So when I go back and listen to it, that's who Trump gives a fuck about, citizens. Why? Because the citizens are the one paying the tax dollars. Trump understands the citizen is the person that's going to be putting money back into the coffers of the United States. You know what I'm saying? To where we can build roads and infrastructure and all this. Trump understands as a businessman, I got to support the taxpayer because the taxpayer supports us. So he's not. So when he's going after illegals, it's because they're illegal. That's no different than if I commit a crime and I go to jail, and I'll be separated from my family. You see what I'm saying? And Trump knows. And Trump knows.
They drive.
They're not.
Let me add this real quick, Damon. I don't mean to cut your wisdom. Give it right back. They drive down wages, right? And where they drive down the wages at is usually where our people live, right? In these underdeveloped communities, they come and live in our communities, right? And then they drive down the wages of the jobs of that community.
Because they're willing to take less.
They're willing to take less. And they filling up positions that our people desperately need at these jobs. So we don't need immigrations being naturalized. I mean, illegal immigrants being naturalized, right? Because we are already suffering from that, and we're going to bring the articles out to prove it. Sorry for cutting your wisdom. Go ahead, Damon.
So what this new era Trumpite Republican is trying to do at this particular point? They understand the Democrat strategy of look. You know what I'm saying? Their base is going to be largely a whole another demographic, right? So what we're going to do is the people that they're going to leave behind, we're going to start appealing to them. Because it's going to basically be a black and white conservatives, so to speak, versus the Democrats, gay, lesbian, immigrant side. That's pretty much where the dividing line is going to be. That's why Trump told black people, y'all built this country. Talking about black people, he said, y'all built this country. All the benefits that we give it away to other people, we should be giving to you. This was in one of Trump's speeches.
Wow.
That people don't ever talk about. You know what I'm saying? And that's when he goes on to say, we might as well vote for me. You ain't got nothing else to lose. Because he understood that these motherfuckers going to be give all the benefits to these people. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't got nothing else to lose but to vote for me, because they ain't gonna do nothing for you. They gonna get a whole other base.
Stemming from racism. That's stemming from racism, going all the way back to the development of the Democratic Party.
Oh yeah, the Democratic Party ain't never stopped their racism. Wait till we get into the argument to Hillary Clinton praising Margaret Sanger, saying that that's one of her mentors, and she looked up to Margaret Sanger. You know what I'm saying? That she was an inspiration. Inspiration for what? What did Hillary Clinton do? Did Hillary Clinton participate in eugenics? Well, ain't she for pro-abortion?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So shoot, she's pro Margaret Sanger.
Pro
So
eugenics.
she's pro eugenics.
Hey, and black women were supporting Hillary Clinton, man. And I want
Right.
to address Sheikah in the comments. You fulfilling, I believe it's Micah the 7th chapter about who's gonna be our enemy. Are you being an enemy to the black man right now? I'm looking at all your comments and everything's negative about the black man. You're saying if we abandon abortion, it's gonna hurt black people. Woman, abortion is hurting black people. What is
Right.
wrong with you?
Right.
We've aborted 20 to 44 million babies since 1973. This is the numbers. Had we not aborted those babies, we would be the super minority at this particular point. And so to the point where both parties would have to appeal to us if they wanted to get anything done.
Hey man, we gotta bring Sheikah on, man. I gotta see what is the problem.
I mean, at this particular point, she hasn't said nothing intelligent at this particular point. There's no need to bring her on.
Yeah.
She hasn't said nothing factual at this particular point. Everything she's saying is just talking just for the hell of talking. Because if you say abortion, if we ban abortion, that's going to hurt Black America, then that's actually retarded. Because the numbers don't say that. Nobody says that. They got plenty of articles talking about how we can get off into one of the articles now. I'll put it in the group. Just shoot. You can pull up one of those articles now on abortion.
Yeah.
Because they always want to run the rape, but rape is not the dominant force in abortion, bro. It's not. It's not the dominant reason in abortion.
Rape and incest accounts for only 2% of all abortions. So stop.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. She hasn't said nothing factual at this particular point yet. This is what I'm talking about. No research. You know what I'm saying? No information. Just some shit that you hear on CNN. Just some party line bullshit. You see what I'm saying? But you can't pull up no article nowhere where it said abortion helps Black people.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And then she tried to throw it on men. No, it's pro-woman's choice. It's the woman's choice to kill the damn baby. The men don't got nothing to do with it. No say so or nothing. It's you women doing it. And under Biden is putting that under the Obamacare Act. So if you want an abortion, you ain't got to scrape up the little $300 now.
And
the taxpayer got to pay.
Kamala Harris is for late term abortion and abortion after the baby is born. So if the baby survives the abortion, you know what I'm saying, they still kill it after the baby is born.
Right.
So do some research, sis. You know what I'm saying? If it's a woman's body, I agree it's a woman's body, but she needs to take control of that body before she get pregnant, not after.
Right.
It's a simple solution. The solution to abortion is behavior. Abortion is a behavior issue. You know what I'm saying? We got to fix the behavior.
We over-sexualize.
Change the behavior. But you're not mad at the Democrats for sexualizing children. Talking about a child should be able to have choose what sex they are when homosexuality is purely a sexual thing.
Right. Supporting pedophilia. Pedophilia. Children should be able to date adults. In the state
they
of
just
California,
passed the legislation. They just passed it in California. Exactly. They just passed it in California. You don't know what you're supporting.
You got to pull that up
you
too.
Ain't doing no research.
Man. Yeah, you got to pull that up too, man.
All this sick, twisted, homosexual pedophilia come on the Democratic side, man. All of this sick, twisted sexual deviancy is being pushed by the Democrats. And
let's get to these sources, man. This is crazy, man. Let's get to these sources,
on, man. Yeah, man. Let's bust their head wide open with this.
All right, I'm finna you want the abortion one first. Disparities in abortion rate.
Yeah. Welcome to the source. Let's go, man. Because when you're looking at when you looking at arguments and rhetoric, let's get to the sources. Let's look at the numbers. Let's compare. Let's take a true evaluation of what is actually harming us, right? And if you're an Israelite and you for pro-choice, you against the Bible. I don't give a damn what that's what the Egyptians did to the children of Israel in Egypt, man. You're against the Bible, man. You're killing you're covering up, right? You're covering up your fornication, right? You want to commit fornication, but you don't want the responsibilities of the result of fornication.
Right.
Right.
That's a fact.
So we got to cut it out, man. Like the brother said, which was powerful. Abortion is about behavioral change, man. It's not about whose fault it is, the man's fault, the woman's fault. It's about the individual and your choice behavior.
All right, so I got the article right up here, man. It's from the publicdiscourse.com. Abortion's devastating impact upon Black Americans. Hey, shalom, BA. I see you in the building, brother. Shalom, man.
Greetings, brothers. Greetings to y'all.
It says abortion cannot be allowed on economic, social, or racial grounds to afford a higher standard of living, for the convenience of uncommitted relationships, or because minority racial groups is involved. When Stacey Abrams lost her bid for Georgia's governor last November, she explained away her loss with the common liberal talking point about that racism deprived their fellow African Americans and other minorities of their fundamental right to vote. Her campaign was largely focused on turning out the minority vote. In contrast, her silence was deafening concerning a far more potent factor holding down the Black vote, namely the staggering number of abortions in the Black community.
Read it again, Ak. Read it again.
In contrast, her silence was definitely concerning a far more potent factor holding down the Black vote, namely the staggering number of abortions in the Black community. The inconvenient truth of Black genocide significantly decreased the potential Black population of Georgia over the past 50 years. According to recent Centers of Disease Control statistics, while African Americans constitute 32.2% of Georgia's population, 62.4% of abortions in Georgia are performed on African American women. By contrast, whites constitute 60.8% of Georgia's population, but only 24.7% of abortions were performed on white women. Even pro-abortion groups like Gut Marchers Institute admit that Black women are more than 5 times as likely as white women to have an abortion. These abortion numbers have curtailed populations increases in the African American community. Michael Novick calculated in 2002 that without the incidence of abortion, the African American population would show at least a 36% increase. Even this number does not take into account the number of children who may have been born to those who were aborted. In its endorsement of Abrams, Planned Parenthood referred to her as an unwavering champion for reproductive health and rights. I want to say this real quick. You see how they kind of dressed that up?
Yeah.
Abortion is called a champion of reproductive health and rights. What the hell is this, man? You against the rights of reproduction because you're killing them.
Right.
How the hell are you going to be a champion for reproductive health when you're destroying reproduction? You're killing the children. You're killing the fruit of your womb. Call it what it is, man. Black genocide. You're the champion of Black genocide, man. The right of Black genocide. They're going to dress it up and make it sound cute. Anyway, in proudly accepting their endorsement, Mrs. Abrams emphasized that she would not whisper her champion's pro-choice position, proclaiming that abortion would be proud and central facet, oh my God, of her campaign and governance. By aligning herself with Planned Parenthood's agenda, Abrams ignored the warnings of the community pastors such as Clenard Childress Jr., who warned if the current trend of abortions in the black community continues, by 2038, the black vote will be insignificant.
Wow.
Come on, man. We killing ourselves off at a rapid rate. Reading on, it says Abrams' strong support of Planned Parenthood highlights either her hypocrisy of her or her lack of knowledge concerning abortion's devastating effect on the African American population.
Hold up, Joshua. What about black on black crime? People kill me, bro.
This is the biggest portion of black on black crime, abortion.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Those people, how many people get killed in Chicago? 500? We're talking about millions here. We're talking about millions. You killing millions of black people here. And Planned Parenthood is the pistol. Planned Parenthood is the 45 that's doing it.
Right.
You understand? And you got Joe Biden that's pro-choice. They want to use these opprobrious terms that are not offensive. Pro-choice. No, you pro-genocide. That's what you pro. Come on, man. Stop playing. This is also true for the myriad black-led liberal groups, such as the Congressional Black Caucus, that unequivocally endorse Planned Parenthood, the number one killer within the African American community. In spite of overall falling abortion rates in the U.S., numbers released in 2018 by the CDC revealed that in certain time period study, for example, 2007 to 2010, abortion ratios actually increased among black women as compared to white women. The abortion ratios of later decreased nationally. The Centers of Disease Control point out that nearly half of all pregnancies amongst black women end in abortion. While among white women, only 16% of pregnancies are aborted. That's why it's a non-issue for Biden. Because
and they outnumber us. So
right,
that's even lower. Yeah.
You're right. You're right, bro. And that's why it's easy for Biden to say he pro-abortion and pro-Planned Parenthood, because his people ain't getting the brunt of it.
Right.
His people not getting killed off. It's you niggas that's getting killed off. For all you people, I'm pro-Biden. What? You pro-genocide. Why don't you get your t-shirt made, pro-genocide, Planned Parenthood on it, and the Democratic Party on it, and you wear it around, and you go around the city and show your support for Biden.
Just get you a shirt that says I'm a eugenicist. I believe in eugenics. Period. You might just get you a shirt.
That's the point. Black people don't even know what that is. You need to exactly.
But that's the point. That's the point. That's the point, though, Jashu. That's the point. You don't even know what you're supporting. You don't know the history of what you're supporting. You know what I'm saying? Because as my nigga Irritated Genie said, niggas don't read. No, so niggas don't know what slavery was. So if you don't know what slavery was, how do you know when it's over? You see what I'm saying? So niggas don't read nothing. You know what I'm saying? So niggas, it's niggas' fault. We don't read shit. We don't study shit. We don't research shit. We just voting because what we hear on CNN, it tickles our ears. Because of what we hear on MSNBC, it tickles our ears. Or because we listen to Bill Maher, or because we listen to Stephen Colbert, or we listen to Trevor Noah, or we listen to, that's where they get their information from.
Right.
They ain't researching none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't know the history of none of this shit. They just jumping their ass out the window of the fifth floor, you know what I'm saying, landing dead on their goddamn head. Because everything that these motherfuckers is promoting is anti-you. But you think these niggas is doing you a favor. That shit is retarded.
It's sexual liberty. That's why the black woman jumps on this coattail, because I can have sex as many people I can, get it pregnant by many people I can, and it'd be inconsequential. I don't have to take care of the children because I can go to the abortion clinic, pay $300 and kill them. And now Biden is saying the taxpayer gonna pay it. So guess what? We already over-sexualized and our children over-sexualized. It's gonna spike under Biden because you know what? People that work like you and I are gonna have to foot the damn bill to kill our own damn people, man.
There's no accountability.
You gotta pull up the clip. You don't have to do it now, but you got to pull up the clip with Biden on the floor in 94 with the crime bill.
Yeah, I grab it.
But yeah, there's no accountability, brothers. And the thing is, too, like I think it was the brother Jeremiah, maybe it was you that said it. The behavior. No, I'm sorry, it's the other brother D. He said it's the behavior. We
Yeah.
got to change the. We got to change the culture, man. And look, we as believers in the word, we got to set a standard and look at this. I mean, and we understand that people are gonna run their own households, but I know you guys may have seen it all over social media when little girls are just twerking and listening to bad music. And as pillars in this word of God, we got to make a stand, not just politically, but socially within these homes. We got to get back into establishing order. Why is it that constantly and it's never ending that the black father is not in the home? Why is it that he's being ran away? Why is it that the black man and black woman constantly are not communicating effectively? These are problems that have to be fixed. These are psychological problems. This is the culture of our people. We tend to just excel in immorality. It's cool to be a single mom. It's cool to be a male with multiple baby mamas. It's cool to just leave your children behind and allow the system to raise them. And so when the woman is left at home by herself, she's gonna do what's convenient. Now, I'm not saying that women can't raise up children. What I'm saying is that some people are they're going to go into survival mode and they're going to do the best they can to make sure that their children are going to eat. So if they got to tap out to the system, they'll do it. And some people shouldn't even be having children. That's why you see children are being exposed to so much filth nowadays. So it's a culture that we have to change as our people. We have to be willing to change. And another thing, the Democratic Party, it has to go. I believe both parties should go, to be honest. But the Democrats, they got to go. We have to stop this allegiance to the Democratic Party because they're part of the reason why we're in this mess. I just wanted to say that.
No, the brother, right? Because the reality is, they're the ones pushing all of the degeneracy in the community. You see what I'm saying? The sister earlier, Sheikah, that was in the chat, she said she brought up Iran Contra. You know what I'm saying? Iran, and she's right. You know what I'm saying? The Republicans did under Ronald Reagan, he did do that, but which the sister didn't understand because again, niggas don't read, so you don't know what Iran Contra was, and if you don't know what Iran Contra was, you don't know who was a part of it. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep using the irritated genie's shout out to the brother irritated genie. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep using that because niggas don't read. So if she did some research, she'd have found out the East Coast distribution arm of Iran Contra, the planes was landing in Arkansas under then Governor Bill Clinton. So you can't even just use that. You see what I'm saying? And you read the article from the Huffington Post where he talked about how Bill Clinton treated the motherfucking the minorities in his under his watch as expendable.
Hold on, man. Let me address Sheikah again, man. She said if a man doesn't marry that woman, which is Torah, then he should be held utmost accountable. He should feel sorry he led that woman astray. I'm gonna key you in something. Maybe you don't live on the planet I live on. Majority of our houses are ran by women. That's just a fact. Majority of our children are raised by women. That's just a fact. A lot of this sexuality, promiscuity is being pushed by other women. Y'all champion Cardi B when she made WAP, right? Y'all championed her. The black woman in our community championed her, shared it, made posts, had your children doing the twerking dance. Y'all promoting this. So you keep trying to throw it on the man. Sirach 25:19 tell you the sin of a man is small compared to that of a woman because y'all have the reproduction. Y'all have the womb. You understand? And y'all are always at home with the children, especially in the black community. So you keep trying to shovel off what you guys are doing on the man because you don't want to take accountability. Now, we know we all messed up, but you got to learn how to take accountability. You keep trying, oh, it's the man, it's the man, it's the man. No, we need a culture.
And I'm gonna say this because I do believe I do kind of half agree with the sister, but the issue I would say with that line of thinking is you can't say that you independent and that you don't need no man, but for nothing but sex, and then when the sexual thing happens, when fertilization happens and conception happens, then you want to blame it all on the man because unless you was raped, it took two people to lay down. You see what I'm saying? And if a person is walking around saying that they don't need a man, you see what I'm saying, but for sex, and not even understanding, taking into account what actually sex is for. You see what I'm saying? Then that woman shouldn't be having sex. This goes back to what I said when I said earlier that a woman should take control of her body before sex. Because a lot of these women ain't doing what you said, sis. This is what I'm saying about both sides got to take accountability. Yes, I believe that if you don't want no baby brothers, you know what I'm saying? Either don't have sex or wear a condom. Don't say that the woman should be on birth control. No, you take responsibility, man. If you don't want to have babies, you see
The
what I'm
problem
saying?
with Damon, the problem with that is, Damon, the man has been ran out of the household or been incarcerated, and the children has been left on the single mom. So all of these negative traits and behaviors is going back on the mother, whether it's the absence of the father being present or what is being taught to these children. Because my cousin, her mother told her, go out and have a baby as a teenager so the government can take care of you. She was instilled with that as a child from her mother. So one thing you not addressing is that we overrepresented in our community by women because of abortion, because of incarceration, because of crime bill, because of all these negative pressures targeting the black man, right? You're not addressing that. You're going straight, oh, it's the man, it's the man. And that's why I always be, hold on, brother. That's why I always be a Bible supporter, because the Bible keep it real. Sirach 25:19 says it the best. The sin of a man is small compared to the sin of a woman, right? Because we see the impact. We talking about abortion. We talking about it right now. You have a greater impact with devastation amongst the Black American community, but you don't want to hear that because you're emotional. We pragmatic over here.
Mm-hmm. And I think even with that, I think that the sisters got to understand that. You know what I'm saying? You are the ultimate. You're the final say so. Unless the brother rapes a sister, she's the final say so. So if there should be a vetting process done before a sister lays down with a man, even if there's no men around. That's what the elder sisters are for. That's what that's what they're supposed to be there for. But the problem is, women don't hold other women accountable.
Facts.
Like Jashub just said, we'll get on brothers' ass, even in the back chat when we get on each other's ass about what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing, how we shouldn't be doing it, how the best come up out of the situation. We be in the back channels, in the back alleys, holding each other accountable, saying what we doing wrong, what we messing up. That's why I prefaced it and I started with the man, because I'm a man. So I got to tell brothers and emphasize the brothers, if you're not ready to have no baby, if you're not going to be abstinent, wear a condom. You see what I'm saying? Take responsibility. I'm encouraging men to take responsibility. Sis, where are y'all doing that for women and telling women to take responsibility? Again, like I said, I prefaced when I first started going at about this topic, I said men wear a condom. Where are you saying women take responsibility? Not after conception, not after you get pregnant. Take responsibility. If it's your body, take responsibility for your body before you get pregnant.
Right.
So there's
And
no need for no abortion.
Black women they want us to treat them as retarded children. You know what I'm saying? Like they're retarded. Like, you are a grown woman. You always spout that I'm grown. I can't be told nothing. Well, if you're grown and you're an adult, make better decisions. You should make better decisions. Your decision making should be on point. But obviously it's not. It's not. Because look at the detriment of our community. Look at it. We have devastated our community, and you are behind abortion, which has devastated our community. Stop it, man. Stop it, man. You and your emotions, we basing this shit off facts. I got a video. I want to play this video, man. I'm gonna play this video. And then we push our children. We push our children to be over-sexualized, and then wonder why it's a damn pandemic in our community with all these abortions and these teen pregnancies. Y'all have failed us, man. And that's a fact.
And while Jashub was getting that video up, I know out here in California where I'm at, they're talking about changing the consent laws. They are really pushing that. And guess which party is pushing it? The Democrats. Right. And I'm looking for an article that I had looked at once before. I'm looking for the same one. But you see, this is what I'm talking about. the behavior has to be changed. And look at the laws. The laws are not helping us. So now, as responsible parents and adults, we got to put our foot down in our own households. But how many black households or any households at that matter are going to comply with the law and allow their daughters at the age of whatever? I'm hearing that the consent laws can be changed to 13 to 14. How many parents are going to sit back and allow their children to allow their children to be touched or engaged another age or older? See, this is something that we have to look at. The laws will change, but as adults who would over children, we have to make the stands and put our foot down and say, no, my daughter or my son is not going to participate in this behavior until he's old enough or she's old enough. So those are just things that we have to look at and observe, and like I said, get past the emotions. But you guys go right ahead.
Look, hold on. She could just say Roe versus Wade says the man has the final say so. You know the problem with that is, where's the man in the black community, in the household, in the nuclear family structure? Where is he? He not there. It's the woman. So you keep trying to point to the actual issue and the problem, and we'll start there before you build your case, Sheikah. You a feminist, man. That's your problem. You was a feminist. And the white woman tricked you to become a feminist because it don't affect her community like it affects yours. Now let me play this real quick. Let me play this. Let me share my screen. Play this real quick, and then we're gonna get back on the Biden and Democratic thing. All right. It says, mom records video as she celebrates having her 7 kids taken by the CPS. When the mother was apparently deemed unfit, her 7 children were removed from her home. After her kids were taken by Child Protective Services, she decided to go live on social media and share her feelings about the ordeal. Instead of being upset, however, she was celebrating. Although the details are scarce, a video has made its rounds on multiple social media platforms thanks to the troubling content. In the footage, a presumably unfit mother who's only been identified as Honey Rose explains that Child Protective Services removed her 7 children from her home. Rather than being upset, though, she was celebrating the occasion, glad that she will have more time to party. And before I continue, what's going to happen when she have more time to party, air quotes needed? She going to make more babies indiscriminately, and Sheikah ain't going to say nothing about it. She gonna be like, the man should have married her. Okay, she gonna have 9 husbands.
That's crazy.
She gonna
that's a man. She got 7. She has 7 children and lost all 7 of them, and hitting backflips over the fact that she's not going to be held accountable for them anymore.
Right.
So it just tells you not look at the behavior. Just look at her. The behavior, you can just tell it's crazy. And one more thing. That just tells you the mental cycle or the mental stability that she's in. And what about the men that she made these babies with? If one or the multiple men that she may have made these children with, that just tells you the whole relationships or these encounters with these men were just totally, completely off right there. So something is mentally wrong. As Black people, and I'm not saying all of us, but some of us are not mentally there. We're sick as a people.
Right.
We are mentally sick. And these are things that have to be talked about. They always talk about healthcare, universal healthcare. No, we need mental health care. And that's the advantage that a lot of white Americans have over the Black family. Whites, they can actually afford to get mental care. I know people out here where I'm at, they actually make that a priority. But when it comes to our people,
very taboo.
And then this is what's crazy, because I remember there was a Black couple that I know, and they were going back and forth, and the husband had said, we need to go talk to somebody about our problems. And do you know that people looked at him like he was crazy? What do you mean you go talk to somebody? That's dumb. That's stupid. Like, well, wait a minute. This man is seeking help and trying to find the best solution to maintain and save his marriage, and you look at him crazy for wanting to go get some professional help? This is the behavior and the attitude towards getting help that our people have. Right. Not all of our people, but a good majority of them. We are mentally sick, and we're in deep denial about it. Denial. Well, go ahead.
Let me play this video because this is very disturbing. And watch, Sheikah ain't gonna say a damn thing about this. But she see a panel of Black men trying to push positive politics and policy for our people to grow, she got something to say. She ain't gonna say nothing about this.
Out of here. But yes, like I said, they came and got them bitches. Shay, they gone. Them bitches gone. Them bitches is gone. Or 7 of them. It's a party. It's a party. It's a party. Hey, it's a party. It's a party. It's a party. Hey. Okay, y'all, for real, I'm finna get the green. They took my kids. Girl, yes, them kids was bad as anyway. Them kids. Veronica, for real. Them kids, girl. Them kids.
And she's promoting this to other women.
Right.
What's up, cuz?
And I hear the game being played in the background, so that sorry ass nigga there too, celebrating right along with her. You just can't see him, but it's a game being played in the back. This is what we promote, and as a people, we promoting this because I don't see people like Sheikah, you pro-feminists, going on a campaign to attack this type of imagery and this type of behavior. But you see us getting on here and trying to promote something positive for the economic growth and stability of our people, and you got 1,000 comments to say against us. What was your campaign against this woman and her actions towards these 7 children? I guess it was mom's the word.
They came and got them kids. What's up, cuz? Delilah. What's up, Keith? Cuz? Dog. Francois. I don't even know if I be saying that right. But I'm praying too, because they came and got the mother. It's the happiest day.
She said it's the happiest day. Come on, bro.
Damn.
This is silly. This is
sad.
silly. She said this is the happiest day, bro. Come on. The mentality. I ain't gonna play too much more of it. We're gonna get back on the program.
They came and got them mother.
Hey, hold up, Joshua. Like a little bit toward the end, she starts to tell other women how they can get their kids took too.
Oh, let's get that. Let's get that.
You gotta get that, bro. You got. I mean,
are you
crazy.
Serious?
Yeah, because it's women in the comments that's asking her like, well, how did it, how do you do it? It's like, I could tell you how to do it. Just DM me. I tell you how to get them taken.
What the hell?
I need that scripture in Lamentations.
No kind of, and like this is not a strike at all black women at all. But it's not a good look.
Let's make it clear.
Yeah, but this is not a good look at all. This is not a good look. And one thing about me, I love black women. That's the only woman I want to be with.
Right.
But this is sickening. There's a method and a way on how to. Oh, this is how you can get rid of your kids to the system. Wow.
And let me say this too, man. Let me say this, man.
Go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. Because we were supposed to have the minister on. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Because he's one of those guys that want to blame everything on the man. What we're saying, family, is equal responsibility. Man responsibility and woman's responsibility equally. We're not saying it's all black women's fault. Let's make it clear, right? It is an equal thing, right? But we cannot sweep this type of behavior under the rug. It has to be addressed. And sisters should be just as upset as brothers. I yield.
Yeah. I want to just say this. The issue is the problem. And I think this is the biggest issue. There's not enough sisters speaking out about it. So what happens is when brothers speak out about it, it comes off like you bashing black women. Because everybody, you know what I'm saying, that I associate with is pretty much married to black women. So that's not so the love for black women is there in action based upon who they build with, procreate with, things of that nature. The issue is there's not enough sisters really taking sisters to task for their behavior, because if sisters did it, wouldn't be no need for niggas to do it. So motherfuckers can just focus on chastising
You know what,
Brothers-
Damon?
Hey, Joshua,
But when-
hey,
but when
Joshua, you gotta respond to she, because she responded. She says, more than likely, he wanted the kids out the house. Wow, this is ignorance on the highest level. man.
Oh, it's 7 kids made by this woman. And how
Right.
many he's is it? How many niggas is it? You're not even addressing that. You just gonna keep allowing the woman to be free and absolved of any accountability. That's why you're not good for black people. You're not, because this type of behavior is cool with you, because all you're gonna do is blame men. Blame men. That's all you're gonna do. Not gonna say, oh,
And the
it's
sad
correct
part
up,
is, men, the brothers have an accountability. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, women have accountability, because my grandma used to tell me, tell us, us growing up. She used to say, you know what I'm saying? Is daddy's, is what it say? Is mama's baby, daddy's maybe. You know what I'm saying? She used to always say, in the end of the day, you gonna be stuck with them kids. So you got to make sure you make the best choices.
right.
Because see, that was old school women trying to teach you, these new women a certain level of accountability, and it reflects in how my sisters, you know what I'm saying, I love my sisters to death, that they made proper decisions on who they make. You see, when you got people holding you accountable, you got a standard to live up to. So what ends up happening is all the women that I associate with, that's in my circle, like my friend Telly and all them, they make good decisions. They not running around here doing this type of stuff. My sisters ain't running around here doing this type of stuff. My cousins ain't out here doing this type of stuff. All of the women in my family, they are the examples of what a woman's supposed to be. And the reason why they are like that, because they hold each other in their circle, they hold each other accountable. They get on each other's butt. They don't co-sign for dumb shit. They don't make excuses for the dumb shit. They get in each other's butt. So guess what that do? That makes the cream rise to the top. But
Right.
what's happening is, what happens on this social media thing is, you got women that don't want to hold each other accountable. You know what I'm saying? And so what is happening in the larger body of the black society, not enough women are doing that. You see what I'm saying?
They personalize it. They act like this is a personal attack on them. No, we are promoting corrective behavior. That's what we're doing, man.
And that's why I prefaced it what I said. Men, if you don't and are not ready for the responsibility of children, you know what I'm saying? Then you need to, and you're not gonna abstain from sex, wear a condom. You can go to the health department. The condoms are free.
I mean,
You know
it's
what
pretty
I'm
much, it's sad you got to say that, because we're likened to beasts now, because we can't control our goddamn selves. So we just out here.
But this is what they've said. It's like this is what we got to understand. Like, we can't get mad at the stereotypes if we feed that stereotype. If they say that black women are black, because I work around one of the guys I work with, his father-in-law is the Grand Wizard of the KKK in Santa Fe. I work with another brother, or he ain't a brother, but I know I work with another white guy. You know what I'm saying? He's from Vida, Texas. You know what I'm saying? His dad is a sheriff. From Vida, Texas. Anybody know anything about from Texas to know anything about Vida? You know, Vida is one of the racist cities probably in the planet. I don't even think they got a black person living in the city, the whole city of Vida. So the point of me saying that is, I work around racist people. I talk to them about what they feel, how they view stuff, and they view black women as, that's the reason why the behavior that's being displayed right now is the behavior that they was putting on our grandmothers and our great aunties, things of that nature. And when they would rape them, they would say, she asked for it. Look at her. No, she's just asking to be sexualized. She's just asking for sex. She just wants it all the time. You know what I'm saying? No, she don't have no self-control. She's not a lady. She don't carry herself. All of these were the excuses that they used to use for rape by women. Go research. Go read the book. It's a good book. It's called At the Dark End of the Street by Danielle McGuire, and it talks about the race of Recy Taylor and its impact on the civil rights movement. This is what I'm talking about. Not doing any research and having any empirical data to see and understand what this stuff is and the historicity of it.
It's the war on ignorance, Damon. We fighting ignorance. That's what we battle every day, is how ignorant our people are. They don't know anything. Now, I also want to bring up blaming the men. I'm going to use real life examples while I use my family. My cousin thought he got a woman pregnant. He did everything right about that child. Everything right about that child. My mother told him, you driving 100 miles every weekend to pick this child up. You buying them clothes, you buying them food. Go get a DNA test. So he gets the DNA test and he finds out that that baby is not his. And he cried. He called me crying about it because he spent all that time and dedicated all that time trying to take care of a child that was not his. And that the killer part is the girl in question that he thought he got pregnant knew the whole time that wasn't his child and let him do that. So my question to you, Sheikah, is who's at fault there? My cousin that tried to do the right thing, even though it wasn't his child, or that woman that played him? That's what you need to be thinking about, because that happens not just to my cousin, it happens a lot. So what you're gonna do is try to abolish or absolve any accountability on the woman, as if the woman is not out here being super promiscuous, hypersexualizing her own children, and promoting things like this, things of this nature on the internet. Because you keep trying to blame the man, but the man is probably sitting there playing a video game. She's the one on video promoting it, not the man. And the women that are asking for her advice on how they can get rid of their children, I'm pretty sure that man are not in their ear telling them, hey, ask her how she did that. It's these women that are doing it.
Hold up, man. Hold up. First she says, if the man can't be blamed, he can't be a leader. Listen, you can't lead somebody that don't want to follow. Okay?
Facts.
That's ridiculous and absurd, man. Okay? The leader is responsible. Listen. If you're teaching something and a student don't get it, right? And it's not that something wrong with your teachings. It's actually the child or the student, right? The student is rejecting the information. You can't force somebody to follow you, man.
And I think the whole thing, that's why I preface what I said about black men first, because I do agree. As a dude that coached Little League football, right? I deal with my captains, I tell them, you're gonna get all, and this goes for black women. See, this is what black women have got to understand. When you make yourself the captain of the team, right? Whether it's by default or whether it's by choice or by design. Meaning whether black women choose to be like, I'm gonna be the head of the household, I don't need no man, or whether it's by design through the systematic racism, white supremacy. Once you become the head and you make yourself the head and say, I don't need no man, I'm the mother and the father, all that type of stuff. Once you do that, I'm saying, just like I tell my kids, you're gonna have to be willing to accept all the glory when everything go right, and you're gonna accept all the blame when things go bad. So this is something that both sides have got to understand. This is something black men gotta understand. This is something black women gotta understand. If black men, if you say you want to be the head of the household and you want women to respect you, XYZ, you're gonna have to be willing to take all the reward when everything go good, and you're gonna have to be willing to accept all the blame when things go bad. Black woman, once you say that I'm the mother and the father, and I don't need no man, and I can do this by myself, and I'm independent, I don't know. Once you do that, guess what? You got to be willing to accept all the reward and all the blame. And see, what the problem is, neither side wants that. The black man don't really want that, and the black woman don't really want that. So the reality is, okay, now if neither gender really wants that, then how do you fix it? See, this is the thing that nobody's dealing with. If both sides don't want all the blame, because this is what it comes down to. Neither side wants all the blame. So how do you fix it?
So
you know what I'm saying? That means we got to change our behavior, and both sides have got to push that. And we can't give nobody a pass. The black sisters, y'all gotta push, changing the behavior in black men and black women. Black men, we gotta push, change the behavior in black men and black women. That's the only way to fix it.
Hey man, the chat is on fire right now. Listen, man. Listen, here's the thing, right? Somebody said that and you can't force a man to raise his children. Be fair, Jeremiah. All right, so listen. Then somebody said, then the sister came back, and let me just address both of these together, right? So the sister Sheikah says teachers are held responsible for failing students. The AP is held responsible for failing teachers. Your leadership is measured by getting people to follow you.
What
All right.
leadership? What is leadership? All right, go ahead, Jeremiah. My bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you come in real quick, man, because she called me out. So here's the thing, right? If you create a system that these are the steps that you need to take to improve, and you personally don't take the steps, even dealing with in sports, say, okay, I want to become a better free throw shooter. Okay, well, this is what you need to shoot 1,000 free throws a day, and you only go out and shoot 250, and then you're looking at the coach. Well, why I ain't getting better? You're not getting better because you ain't following the steps that was outlined for you to get better. And that's the same thing with teaching. That's the same thing with our relationships. If we're outlining these are the steps that we need to take and you ain't doing it, how can you expect results? Go ahead, Joshua.
And then she said, you guys are the leaders, or the man is the leader. Why? You know why she keeps saying that? Because she don't want women to take any blame, any accountability. And again, you're a pro-feminist. Pro-feminist and Margaret Sanger, all these people want to get rid of the black man. They want to remove the black man from the house. Black Lives Matter is against, I'm going to say this again, they pro-feminism, they pro-LGBTQ, they against the nuclear family, meaning they don't want a man and a woman and a child in the house, but they okay with single motherhood. They're okay with it. That stems from that feminist movement that you support. Because everything you say, everything coming out your mouth is pro-feminism, which has been destructive and devastating to the black community in the household. When you say black man the leader, black men ain't been able to be the leader because all of these movements that you support has removed the black man from any type of power, removed him out of the household, and incarcerated him for low minor offenses, made him a felony so he can't get any economic growth. And when he get out of prison, he can't get a goddamn job. We've been targeted,
Right.
man.
Right.
And
That's
you
a
know,
fact.
another thing. Let me
Go
say
ahead,
this real quick. Leaders.
Hey, I'm gonna let you go real quick. How can I join the debate team? Hit anybody that you know that's a part of the source. You can DM them, or you can DM me directly at Jeremiah Yah on Facebook, or go to our Facebook page, the Source Debate League. We'll get you taken care of. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
No, it's all good. I just want to say, when it comes to the word leader, we have to most definitely look at and see what that word means, because we use that word very loosely. But I've always understood a leader to lead by example.
Right.
Real leaders don't go around saying, "Hey, look at me, I'm a leader. Do what I say, or follow me." No, they just lead by example. They just do it. I think the problem in the black community, and I could diss it down to this so-called religious community, we want to be recognized for every word or how much mouth we run. We just want to run our mouths and make it seem like we just sow this and sow that. And now we want praise from everyone because I finesse my words real good. That's the problem. The thing is that we're all responsible. We're all adults here, and we have to take accountability. Leaders stand out and they lead by example. That's what a leader is. So this thing about who's the leader or you guys are leading, we're all leaders in our own right. And with that, I'm gonna just fall back. Y'all go ahead.
I agree with that, and that's why I prefaced it with going at the men first. Because if we claim we want to be the head,
Right.
then we have got to be the example.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? And so you can't have it both ways. And this is why I said for women, if you say that you want that, I don't need a man, I'm the mother and the father, I'm this. Once you put that jacket on your back, you can't get mad at somebody for zipping that motherfucker up for you and putting the hood on your head because you put the jacket on your back to be the leader. You see what I'm saying? And I'm in this part of the conversation with something my grandmama said. My grandmama said, because black women are quick to say, "I'm grown." You know what I'm saying? My grandmama told me this. She said, "Being grown ain't about doing what you want to do just because you can do it. Being grown is knowing what you should do and you shouldn't do, and not doing it because it shouldn't be done."
Right.
So that is that mentality is part of the reason why we're in this mess. Is that we think because we grown, we can just do whatever indiscriminately, regardless of the repercussions and the consequences. And then when the consequences happen, we don't want to deal with those consequences.
Right.
That is our problem. You see what I'm saying? And so we as a people, we got to fix that. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
man, we got to
And I'm not.
collectively.
I don't
We got
want
to
to.
collectively.
But I don't want to turn it. I don't want to. I want to make sure we don't turn this into a black man versus black woman show, because that's not what the
Right.
show is about.
Hey,
You see
the
what I'm
person
saying?
who turned it to it, ain't nobody on this panel.
No, but that don't mean we gotta feed into that. So this is what I'm talking about: accountability. We can't be saying, "Well, she turned it. This our show. We on the show. She ain't on the
Right.
show. We talk about what we talk about.
It's a hot
This
topic.
that's the
I'm gonna get
you
off
know what
of
I'm
it.
saying. So and that's why I sent you that thing about Margaret Sanger, because we got to get back to that. We got to get back to the Margaret Sanger issue. We can't let somebody, some woman in the chat, deter what the show is about. You see what I'm
That's a
saying? Because
fact.
the show ain't about going at black women. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't a black woman
Right.
versus black man thing. The
Hey,
issue is what we trying to show the people is the fact that how the Democratic Party's policies are anti-black. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Now, if that sister chooses to get in her feelings because whatever reason, you know what I'm saying, and don't understand what we're talking about, and don't want to do the research, because we're putting up articles. We're not just up here just, you
Talking
know what
out
I'm
our
saying, jaw
ass.
jacking. Yeah,
Right.
we ain't just jaw jacking. We, you know what I'm saying, we got actually sources to actually prove our point and our stance, and can show how it hurts the community. Now, if she chooses to still do what she chooses to do after that, that's her choice.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Pro-choice.
But you
Pro-choice.
know what I'm saying? Exactly. You see what I'm saying? We're not the thought police. We just give you the information. Once we give you the information, is what you do with it. You see what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but yeah, we're not gonna turn this into that, because that's not what the show's about, and that's what people want, because that's what people want to be able to say. That, these people are anti. You know what I mean? They want to do that shit. So
Yeah.
we
Right.
ain't finna give them the ammunition about that. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it trucking. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why we can move on from this. We can show the video of Margaret Sanger. I mean Hillary Clinton. I put it in the back where Hillary Clinton's talking about she support Margaret Sanger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah. Let's move
we can
on,
play
man.
that.
You're
We can
right.
move on from this.
All right.
You're
All
right.
right. I'm gonna end it, man. I'm gonna end that. Get back to the subject at hand. Why black people should not vote for Biden. Let me turn this off real quick. That's the issue at hand. I'm looking at the comments, man. It's crazy. But
Hey, man, we love our sisters, man. Cut it out.
This panel is full of men that are married to black women, but that don't matter, y'all. I'm not gonna touch on it. Let me get this. Which one is it? Margaret Sanger. There it is. Boom.
Well, thank you.
Let me get the stream back up popping. Let me get it popping, man. You know what I'm saying? There it go right there. All right.
So much. It's great to be back in Houston with so many friends and to have an opportunity to participate in the Planned Parenthood annual meeting. I have to tell you that it was a great privilege when I was told that I would receive this award. I admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. Another of my great friends, Ellen Chesler, is here, who wrote a magnificent biography of Margaret Sanger called Woman of Valor. And when I think about what she did all those years ago in Brooklyn, taking on archetypes, taking on attitudes and accusations flowing from all directions, I am really in awe of her. And there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from her life and from the cause she launched and fought for and sacrificed so greatly.
Right.
Sanger delivers burning speech at local KKK. Hold on. You just skipped over that. Hold on. You go back to that.
Hey, real quick, Joshua, who is Margaret Sanger father?
Good question. Who is it? Who is it?
Uh,
I'll bring it up. Hold on.
Put it up real quick, man, because I believe I don't want to say what I know it is, but I want you to pull it up.
Margaret Sanger's father. All right. Margaret Sanger, Irish Catholic priest. Margaret Lewis Higgins.
That's her father.
No, that's her name. My bad. Margaret Sanger, her family was often desperately poor. Her mother was often ill. Sanger's father, a free thinker, taught her to defy authority. Her mother was a Catholic. Sanger was to take after her father. Oh no, man. I'll find out.
Yeah, no sweat.
Alexander C. Sanger, is that him? Does that ring a bell?
No, not for who I thought it was, but that's all right, man. Go ahead with the video. Salah.
All right. But it says Sanger delivers burning speech. Local KKK gals hang on every word. So she was delivering speeches to the KKK.
Do you believe in sin? When I say believe, I don't mean to believe in committing sin. Do you believe there is such a thing as sin?
Well, I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world that have disease from their parents, that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically. Delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born. That, to me, is the greatest sin that people can commit.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder who that falls on, what population that falls on, according to her.
We know that. We already know that. That's the black community all day.
I got an article in the back where it talks about what she talks about. We don't want it to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro. You know what I'm saying? Then we got then she got the famous quote that what she said she wanted the most dangerous place to be for a black baby to be is inside his mother's womb. This is our Margaret Sanger. So when you promoting, go ahead.
No, the person gave the answer in the chat. That's all I was saying. Michael Hennessy Higgins.
Okay. So yeah, she said she wanted the most dangerous place for a black baby to be was inside his mother's womb.
Yeah, let me get
so
that.
Now fast forward. Now we see that being brought to fruition through this whole abortion racket. You know what I'm saying? She said we don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And she was an advocate of eugenics by any means, and abortion was a part of that. So, I mean, go read her work. It's called the Negro Project. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get most of these quotes from. It's called the Negro Project. You can look it up. You can probably download the PDF for free. So you got to do some research on this stuff. You know what I mean? And so you can fully understand what's going on. You know what I'm saying? We don't do enough reading. We don't do enough researching. We just blindly do shit and follow. You see what I'm saying? Like we talk about leadership. We were just talking about leadership. Leadership don't do that. Leadership don't just blindly follow. Leadership don't vote Democrat because my mama voted Democrat. My daddy voted Democrat. My great uncle voted Democrat. My great grandnephew voted Democrat. That's not what leadership does. Leadership looks at the policies. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're discussing here. Leadership looks at the policies and see how those policies adversely affect my people. You know what I'm saying? And those policies don't benefit my people in the slightest. Then we vote against that. Then we go the opposite direction. That's what leadership does, and that's what we're doing a meticulous breakdown to show how the Democratic parties, all of their policies, from abortion adversely affects the black community, illegal immigration adversely affects the black community. That's what it does. Now we ain't even got the immigration yet because we've been on abortion. You see what I'm saying? But we're trying to have it at home. But when we get up to illegal immigration, you're gonna see that too. That's not something that's good for black people. You know what I'm saying? But yet we will still support them. We're the only ethnic group that is so politically ignorant that we will vote against our own best interests. And then after that, we're gonna, once we get through breaking it down, we're gonna go off into some solutions, and we're gonna start with Dr. Claude Anderson. Go ahead, Deshaun.
I was just gonna say, not only do we vote that way, we defend it. We find reason to defend abortion, find reasons to defend illegal immigration. We find reasons to defend these same things that are disproportionately hurting us. That's the sad thing about it, man. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get this article on abortion, and I also want to tie that in to Joe Biden's agenda for women, which touches on his pro-life choice. I mean, not pro-life, but pro-choice as well. So let me share the screen for the audience to see. Yashar, what are you talking about? What is you talking about, Yashar? You got to stop that, brother. That brother put in there, ignore my question. We'll let you on in a minute. Just calm down, brother. Hey, where did you put the link at, brother? Oh, here it is, right here. I got it. FRC.org. Margaret Sanger, racist eugenicist extraordinaire. Aaron Grosso is the director, Center of Human Dignity at the Family Research Council. This article appeared in the Washington Times on May 5th, 2014. Recent articles have reported on an unearthed video from 1947 of Margaret Sanger demanding no more babies for 10 years in developing countries. A couple years ago, Margaret Sanger was named one of the Times Magazine's 20 most influential Americans of all time. Given her enduring influence, it's worth considering what the woman who founded Planned Parenthood contributed to eugenics movement. Sanger shaped the eugenics movement in America and beyond in the 1930s and 1940s. Her views and those of her peers in the movement contributed to the compulsory sterilization laws in 30 U.S. states that resulted in more than 60,000 sterilizations of vulnerable people, including people she considered feeble-minded idiots and morons. She even presented at the Ku Klux Klan rally in 1926 in Silver Lake, New Jersey. She recounted this event in her autobiography. I accepted an invitation to talk to the women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan. I saw through the door dim figures parading with banners and illuminated crosses. I was escorted to the platform, was introduced, and began to speak. In the end, through simple illustrations, I believe I accomplished my purpose. A dozen invitations to speak similar groups were offered. That she generated enthusiasm among some America's leading racists says something about the content and tone of her remarks. In a later Clarence Gable in 1939, Sanger wrote, "We do not want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it's ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members." Margaret Sanger commented on the Negro Project in a letter to Gamble, December 10, 1939. Her own words and television appearance leave no room for parsing. For example, she wrote many articles about eugenics in the journal she founded in 1917, the Birth Control Review. Her articles included some moral aspects of eugenics, the eugenic conscience, the purpose of eugenics, birth control and positive eugenics, and birth control to true eugenics, to name a few. The following are some of her more telling quotes. While I personally believe in sterilization of the feeble-minded, the insane, and syphilitic, I have not been able to discover that these measures are more than superficial deterrents when applied to the constantly growing stream of the unfit. They are excellent means of meeting a certain phase of the situation, but I believe in regard to these, as a regard to other eugenic means, that they do not go in the bottom of the matter. Eugenics without birth control seems to us a house built upon the sands is at the mercy of the rising stream of the unfit. Stop our national habit of human waste. By all means, there should be no children when either mother or father suffers from such diseases as tuberculosis, gonorrhea, syphilis, cancer, epilepsy, insanity, drunkenness, and mental disorders. In the case of a mother, heart disease, kidney trouble, and pelvic deformities are also serious bar to childbearing. No more children should be born when the parents, though healthy themselves, find that their children are physically or mentally defective. The main objects of the population Congress would apply to the stern or rigid policy of sterilization, segregation to that grade of population whose progeny is tainted or whose inheritance is such objectionable traits may be transmitted to the offspring, to give certain dysgenic groups in our population their choice of segregation or sterilization. Now, I want to say this about this comment here. Now, when we look at Planned Parenthood and the progenitor of Planned Parenthood, these are the things she's saying. She's saying she wants to get rid of these people that are unfit for their society. She's having talks with the KKK, and the KKK was staunchly against the black community, killing them and getting rid of them. I would say Planned Parenthood was mission accomplished to Margaret Sanger's standards, because it affected the black community more than any other ethnic group. We read earlier, it devastated us. We're 5 times more likely than the white woman to commit abortion, man. So all of these things that led up to the Planned Parenthood and the movement, we can see who was targeted. That's why she tried to clean it up and go to that minister and say, don't let the word go out that we're trying to decimate the black community. But that's exactly what Planned Parenthood has done, decimated the black community. And come November 3rd, a lot of you black people are going to vote for the genocide of black people. That's what you're going to do. You're going to vote for Biden, and Biden is pro-abortion. It's that simple. All right, anybody got anything they want to add on this? They bring BA back.
Yeah, in. I mean, it's just the facts, man. It's just the fact of the matter of the fact that we don't understand eugenics. Some of us may not have even heard that word before, but that's pretty much what this is. This is a eugenics project. This is a science project, and so we got to get to the point where we actually are doing research on these situations and understanding that, hey, you know what I mean, this ain't good for us. You see what I'm saying? We need to grow our population. This is why we had a pretty much a zero birth rate. We had pretty much the same percentage we was in the 70s. We haven't grown a lick because I think we're like aborting 474 births out of 1,000. You know what I'm saying? We're aborting them. So that puts it at pretty much a zero birth rate, a zero birth rate. We're right at, you know what I'm saying? We're pretty much canceling each other out. You see what I'm saying? So we at a point where we got to cut this out. We got to. This is not working. The definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. This is not working. The whole abortion thing is not working for us. Okay, we tried it, didn't work. We need to try something different. You see what I'm saying? We need to try discipline. You see what I'm saying? My pops used to always say the world revolves around discipline and respect. You see what I'm saying? We're not exercising no discipline, and we ain't showing no respect for our own damn bodies. You see what I'm saying? How can somebody respect you if you don't even respect yourself? You don't even respect your own body. This is for men and women. You see what I'm saying? If you just spill your seed anywhere, then you ain't showing no respect for yourself, black man. Where's your respect for yourself? Where's some respect for your seed and your life-giving capabilities? There's no self-respect there. There's no self-respect. So ain't no woman gonna respect you. Don't respect yourself. Sisters, ain't no man gonna respect you because you let any old Tom, Dick, and Harry spill his seed inside of you. You the
right.
earth. You the earth.
And you brothers got to hold your seed at a higher value, man. I mean, It's just so trivialized in regards to it's as if it's nothing. But it's really the greatest gift on planet Earth.
Right. The biggest killer of black people, man.
Go ahead, bro. My bad.
The biggest killer.
So we gotta change that. We gotta change that. You know what I'm saying? Black lives. If you do support Black Lives Matter, that's cool. But Black lives start in the womb.
Exactly. Black lives don't matter in the damn womb, but you want to run around with Black Lives Matter.
Right.
The abortion. Now Black lives don't matter. You guys are hypocrites, man.
Yo, that's a T-shirt right there. Black Lives Matter in the womb.
Facts. All right, so I got the article right here from Harper'sBazaar.com. It says, "Where does Joe Biden stand on abortion?" Breaking down the Democratic nominee's stance plans for reproductive rights. And they keep calling them reproductive rights. That just blows my mind. Call them genocidal rights. But anyway, the year has been a fraught one for reproductive rights, between restricted abortion access amid the coronavirus pandemic, fight for birth control access, and potential threats to Roe v. Wade. With the next presidential election quickly approaching, the future of reproductive health and abortion rights may be at the top of voters' minds. With the race narrowed down to former Vice President Joe Biden and the incumbent President Donald Trump, interest in foreign policies and stances on all issues has peaked. Though his views on a woman's rights to choose have evolved over years, Biden recently said reproductive rights are a constitutional right, and in fact, every woman should have that right. Here's where the Democratic nominee stands on abortion, what he has planned if he elected. His public option for Affordable Care Act will cover abortion. So again, this Obamacare stuff is going to cover abortion, meaning tax dollars are going to pay for these abortions. Well, I keep telling y'all not in the know. Y'all are largely ignorant, meaning majority of us that's working and paying taxes, we're going to fit the bill, meaning all these people that are having these babies and committing these abortions, they don't need to scrape up $300 because that would have stopped somebody before. Now it ain't going to stop them. They just going to go in there and use Obamacare to pay for the damn abortion, and abortions are going to spike. You understand? And again, we're going to be decimating our population probably 3 times the rate we are now. And his plan for healthcare, Biden said that he wants to build on the progress made by the Affordable Care Act, which covers access to preventive care and contraceptives. He proposes that the public option would cover contraception and a woman's constitutional right to choose. However, since 1977, the Hyde Amendment has blocked public funding of abortions under Medicaid, except in cases of incest or rape, or if the pregnancy is a danger to the mother's life, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. It's not a federal law, but rather a rule added to the annual Congress spending bill, which is approved every year. According to his plan, Biden supports repealing the amendment. So it's just getting worse and worse for black people under the Biden administration, because abortion is going to spiral out of control once it's paid for by the government. Once taxpayers pay for it, it's over. You know what I'm saying? That's why that pastor said by 2038, it ain't going to be black people, because the numbers are going to decimate so greatly that, like what Damon brought up, we're not producing enough to counteract how many children we're killing. We're not. Right? He used to be a longtime supporter of the Hyde Amendment. Biden made headlines for dropping his support of the Hyde Amendment last year amid criticism from his Democratic rivals in the primary race. If I believe health care is right, as I do, I can no longer support an amendment that makes that right dependent on someone's zip code, he said in June 2019. When he had made the change, he added that he had no apologies for his previous stance. And that's not the first time Biden's stance on abortion has changed over the years, especially during the time in the Senate. Time pointed out, 1981, he supported a constitutional amendment that would enable states to overturn Roe v. Wade. In his 2007 book, Promise to Keep, he wrote that while he was personally opposed to abortion, he didn't feel he had the right to impose his view on the rest of society. So anyway, man, the administration, the Biden administration is pro-abortion. They're going to repeal an amendment that stopped the government from aiding abortion, right? So it's just only going to get worse from here. So come November 3rd, you black people, you vote this man in. I don't want to hear y'all talking about black prosperity, black economic growth, and healing and building the black community, because you are voting for a party that is against that. You are voting for a party that's detrimental to our population growth. Numbers do matter. You understand? Numbers do matter. And like Damon brought out before, he brought out that our vote ain't going to mean shit under these people, because they're going to legalize and normalize these illegal immigrants. And they're going to begin to vote. And then they're going to get catered to, and you're going to get left behind, man, as a people. All right. Any comments on that article? D-Ray.
We can go off into let's walk. You walked us right into illegal immigration. So we need to go off into that now and show how that hurts the black community. You walk right into it. So let's go on get into it.
All right. So I got an article on Biden has committed to open borders. Let me open that screen up and how this. And then we're gonna talk about. First of all, let's talk about how it hurts the black community. Then I'll get into Biden's support of it. Yeah, here it is right here. All right. So I'm gonna share the screen. All right. All right, y'all can see my screen, right? All right, so I'm gonna go straight to the article. And this is from the Orange County Register.com. It says open borders policy disproportionately hurt black Americans. President Trump routinely boasts that unemployment rates for black Americans are at a record low. That was true a few months ago, but now that rates are climbing again, currently 6.7% of black Americans out of work, up nearly a full percentage point from November. The uptick is no coincidence. It's directly tied to the huge number of foreign workers pouring into the country. In the past 4 months alone, Border Patrol caught more than 299,000 illegal aliens at the southern border. Due to the catch and release laws, agents had to let many of them into the interior of the United States, where they illegally took jobs in construction, housekeeping, and other blue-collar industries. The federal government also doles out hundreds of thousands of temporary guest worker permits and roughly 1 million lifetime work permits each year. These foreigners are mostly hardworking, decent people, but they are taking jobs that would have otherwise gone to American workers, and black Americans are especially hurt. The glut of foreign labor enables employers to hold down wages, making it harder for working class Americans to bootstrap their way into the middle class. If President Trump wants to bring black American unemployment levels back to record lows, he'll need to halt the incoming flood of foreign workers. The economy isn't as strong as some people claim. The official unemployment rate of 3.8% doesn't include people who can only find part-time jobs. It also doesn't count workers who are so discouraged that they gave up looking for jobs entirely. Young black Americans leave the labor force at substantially higher rates than their white counterparts. When these part-time and discouraged workers are factored in, the unemployment rate is nearly doubles to 7.3%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's even higher for black Americans. Even this so-called real unemployment rate doesn't count the 2.3 million incarcerated Americans, the majority of whom are minorities. In short, tens of millions of Americans are still struggling to find jobs that enable them to afford rent and put food on the table. High levels of immigration make their lives even harder. Many employers prefer to hire foreign laborers, especially illegal immigrants and temporary guest workers, since they're easy to exploit. Nearly 4 in 10 illegal workers are sometimes paid less than the minimum wage, and more than 8 in 10 are cheated out of overtime pay. The excess competition from these foreign workers drives down wages and suppresses job opportunities for native-born Americans. According to economist George Borges of Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, a 10% increase in the size of skill group reduced the fraction of native-born blacks in that group holding a job by 5.1 percentage points. Borges also concludes that immigration has its largest negative impact on wage for native workers who lack high school diplomas, a category in which both black Americans are overrepresented. A recent impact on wage for native workers who lack high school diplomas. Somebody need to mute their mic. A category in which both black Americans are. Somebody need to mute their mic and get back to you.
I don't know who that is. Let me see. There we go.
All right. Let me get back to the article. A category in which both black Americans are overrepresented. A recent National Academy of Sciences Engineering and Medicine report confirms that native-born high school dropouts are disproportionately harmed by immigration. Cracking down on illegal immigration and scaling back legal immigration would empower more U.S. citizens, especially Black Americans, to find jobs and bargain for better pay. Helping these citizens isn't just the morally right thing to do, it's also good politics, particularly for President Trump and other Republicans who are unfairly accused of racism. The president ought to use the power of the bully pulpit to explain how Democrats support for amnesty, open borders, and guest worker programs disproportionately harm Black America. All these things these Democrats support hurt us, especially in the workforce, because just like the article point out, allowing illegal immigrants in and giving them amnesty and allowing them to work is driving down wages. It's taking jobs from poor Blacks and basically leaving us in the dust, man. So why would you support a presidential candidate that's policies is about amnesty and giving these people jobs that your people so desperately needs? Let me read the rest of this. Many Black Americans are still struggling to find decent jobs. Limiting the influx of foreign workers would ease their plight and send unemployment rates back to record lows. So again, as a people, we should be anti-immigration, man, illegal immigration. We should be behind that wall being put up, and we should be behind having open borders. Because again, as you can see in the title, open borders policy disproportionately hurt Black Americans. Now, who's supporting open borders? Right here, with elcodaily.com. Biden has committed himself to open borders. The very thing that is hurting the Black community, he is pro. He is for. He's supporting that. It says the recommendation of his unity task force with Democratic Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders make it perfectly clear that Joe Biden's plans for the border can be summed up in one word: surrender. Biden had already tipped his hand during his extended struggle against Sanders in the Democratic primaries, promising both amnesty and complete moratorium on deportation. That came after he had to walk back his support for decriminalization of all legal border crossings, a policy that Obama Biden administration owned Homeland Security chief called tantamount to declaring publicly that we have open borders. Given his consistent confusion over the course of this campaign, I have no trouble whatsoever believing that Joe Biden had no idea what he was raising his hand for when the debate moderator asked the candidates to indicate whether they favored decriminalizing illegal immigration. That said, the people who would actually hold power in the prospective Biden administration, the kind of people who got together with Bernie Sanders staffers to hash out a unity platform that takes the most far left platform in American history even further to the left, clearly know exactly what they want: open borders. When it comes to border security and immigration policy, the Biden-Sanders Unity Task Force recommendations go far beyond even what Biden had previously embraced during the primary campaign. The ultimate goal is undoing the progress made during this administration and bringing back the humanitarian disaster of 2014, unaccompanied alien child crisis that took place in response to Obama's Biden administration open borders agenda. Under the framework described in the Unity platform, it will be practically impossible to detain anyone caught crossing the border, essentially forcing Border Patrol to release illegal immigrants into the country to wait months or years for immigration hearing. Of course, as long as Biden proposed deportation moratorium remains in place, those proceedings would be mostly meaningless. Deportation orders would be suspended indefinitely, presumably until the next amnesty renders them obsolete. In addition to dismantling border enforcement, Biden would also create additional incentives for illegal immigration. Illegal aliens would, under other Biden proposals, immediately qualify taxpayer-funded health care. Another hand-raised policy that the former vice president later tepidly disavowed. Biden would also stretch out our generous asylum laws to the point where they effectively take precedence over the rest of our laws, granting almost the entire world the right to enter the United States simply by making an unsubstantiated asylum claim. The Remain in Mexico policy had hard-fought Trump triumph of international relations that reduces the potential for abuse of our asylum system will be done away with, opening the door to bogus claims by criminals and economic migrants seeking to exploit America's generosity. The open borders enthusiasts within the Biden campaign have made the decision to gamble on putting their extremist ideology out in the open. We must take them at their word and recognize that Biden's approach to border security is just an elaborate form of national surrender. So that, I mean, in a nutshell, we've read the article showing that open borders policies disproportionately hurt Black people. And I'm showing you the candidate that supports open borders. And to add insult to injury, he's going to make us pay for their health care. Is this what you want, man? Is this what you want? While our people are already below the poverty line and suffering and have a hard time finding a job, now you got illegal immigrants that's going to make that even worse and has made it worse. They're going to make it even worse because under him, he's going to give them amnesty. They're going to come in and take all your jobs, and it's only going to affect majority of our people because we don't have the degrees, and a lot of us represent those dropouts that was brought up that need these type of jobs, these low-end jobs, they're going to be pretty much eviscerated for them. They're not going to have that opportunity. So either way you slice the Biden administration, it's going to disproportionately hurt Black people. There's no way around it. Anybody on the panel want to add to this? Let me go back. Damon keep dropping out.
That's what I've been saying, and that's what I've been trying to get folks to understand. When they give amnesty, if they give amnesty to those illegal immigrants, the Hispanic community is already the larger of the largest minority in the country. That would put them at super minority status. They would become a super minority. So what that would do, like I said, what that would do is make every benefit that you get have to go through them first, and it would be a trickle down economic type of situation, especially since most Black people that are subscribing to the Democratic Party have no plans on holding these people accountable for anything. And if they get in office and they give amnesty, then what will happen is they won't even need your vote no more, because they will have just replaced all your votes with their votes. And now, guess what? Boom, they can kick you to the curb and never address your needs, never address your issues, never address anything that have anything to do with you. And because our parents, I'm gonna say this again, our parents are the ones that failed us. We understood why our grandparents and great grandparents, some of us may have supported the Democratic Party because they were getting things from them, the New Deal, LBJ with the Civil Rights Act. We get that. But since then, they have given you nothing. There's been a policy that's been implemented by Senator Moynihan in, I think, 1976. I think it's called benign neglect. You know what I'm saying? That's been a policy from both parties up until now, where I think, and I'm not even a Republican, I'm a Libertarian actually. But I see the Republicans understanding that if we do not start appealing to this, to Black people, we will never get in office, and that's the plan that the Democrats have. That's the reason why, if you watch the debate when they talk about stacking the Supreme Court, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to put it to where they get in office, it's a wrap. They'll never lose, except for maybe in certain states. But as far as the presidential elections and things of that nature, they'll never lose because they'll have control over the super minority. They'll have, by and large, control over that super minority, and between the white vote being split in half, and then them having the super minority on their side, it would be tough for the Republicans to win. So the Republicans are trying to go and fish and get Black folks to switch back to the Republican Party. And it's basically, like I said, it'll be basically Blacks and whites versus everybody else. That's pretty much how the party lines will be pretty much divided up. If we don't get smart, because we're never gonna get nothing. You know what I'm saying? Depending on the Democrat, they've never given us nothing since LBJ. That you can't name one policy that they've done that was positive for Black people. that actually helped us move forward. You know what I'm saying? In any kind of productive way. You see what I'm saying? People will say Bill Clinton, but Bill Clinton was a product of what they call the tech boom. You know what I'm saying? Once the tech boom hit, you see what I'm saying? People benefited just like the Industrial Revolution. Well, the president that was there during the Industrial Revolution benefited from that innovation. You see what I'm saying? Just like when the production of the car started, the presidents benefited from that, and so they're able to use other people's private industries. Achievements and accomplishments and use that to say, look what I've done, but when that's really actually private industry. So you gotta look, so we're gonna be in trouble, man. If we don't get our mind right and start voting our best interests. Like I said, we're the only people that don't. We better listen to Dr. Claude Anderson when he talks about how to build a 5-story building. You know what I'm saying? We got to start with group economics. You know what I'm saying? And then we got to take that group economics and we got to start buying and renting every politician that we can. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, we'll get off into that 5-story building a little bit later, but yeah.
Hey, I got a question, man. It's kind of as we transition to another topic. Have you brothers seen any plans for putting trades back into the high school, such as carpentry, wood shop, metal shop, painting? They had these things when I was in high school, and they just ended it like around 98, 99, the year 2000. They don't have it, those trades back in the school.
Yeah,
Do
they had
any
them when I
of
was in school. Wood shop, all that.
you-
Yeah, I
yeah.
graduated 2002.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do they plan on putting those things back in the school? Because they cut that out, man. Our children don't have those benefits, man. They want to force you to go to college and learn those things that was given to you for free in high school, man.
Well, Trump is pro apprenticeships for U.S. teenagers, vocational schools, putting money towards technical education. So, I mean, our best bet is Trump on that because he's pushing that. You know what I'm saying? And I was in school. I graduated school 2008, 2009. That's when I graduated high school. In my high school, I was in a red state. I was in Texas. You know what I'm saying? My high school had aircraft mechanics, like y'all said, carpentry, welding, home economics, and stuff like that. So my school had them trade programs, and they even had pharmaceutical class, so you can become a pharmacy tech at the school I went to. But Trump,
Yeah, they used to teach you how to type. They used to teach you how to. They had like a nursing program. They had man, they had a multitude to teach you how to cook. They had cooking classes.
right?
You know what I mean? Like have child rearing and all that, man. Like they don't have it no more, bro.
Well, I'm telling you, Trump is pro all what you're talking about, man. But when I was in high school, they had a Cisco program, business, computer, and science program, and a lot of things in my school going. You know what I'm saying? So the people that's trying to make things worse is the Democrats, man. They want to keep, sending money towards the failing school system. And at least under Trump, I could say we got school choice for our children. We could put them in these charter schools and give them a better chance. And he's for vocational training, like you said, them trades, getting them trades back involved with our youth.
But you got to, but the problem, but this the thing. But this the thing though, with some of the charter schools, I tell everybody you got to go read this book. One is a pamphlet, one is a book. One is called the OBE Skinnerian Curriculum, and OBE means outcome based education. You know what I'm saying? OBE, and then that's the pamphlet, and the other one is the deliberate dumbing down of America by Charlotte Iserbyt. That's another, I'm saying. Then John Taylor Gatto, he got another one where they talk about where they get off into the whole charter school aspect, and you can look at stats and say because there's no board, a lot of times with charter schools, you know what I'm saying, it's a private board. some of the first people that get kicked out of these charter schools are black kids. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta. So that's why I said we can't become dogmatic with this. With any side that you support, you see what I'm saying? We got to get to the point where we're willing to really look it up, look up the stats, and see how it affects us specifically. Not because it sounds good to say, "Well, charter school is the answer." Charter school is not the answer in every case.
It's better than public schools, man. It's way better. And we don't have enough
Well,
about people.
I mean, yeah, it's better in some regards. In some regards, it's better than a public school, but in some regards, it hurts us too. So it's like we got to figure out a way for them both to coexist. That's my point. Because like you said, you went to a public school where you had pharmacy tech and things of that nature in your school. So would you want that school to go under just because all the kids chose to go to a charter school? No.
Well, my
That's
school
not
wasn't
off.
failing. I hear you, but my school wasn't a failing school. We're talking about failing schools.
I understand that. I understand that.
Put them in charter schools. You know what I'm saying? Giving the parents that choice. They don't have that choice right now.
You know what I'm saying? I understand that. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I said we got to do. I would just caution people to go read what I just said. Go read, then come back, and then I think folks will better understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying charter schools are bad. I'm just saying they're not the answer either. You see what I'm saying? We got to figure out some kind of way to do this better. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of the issues with a lot of black schools was funding. You see what I'm saying? Not getting the proper books and not having the funding to get the better teachers and not to have the funding to get. So if funding is needed, even for the schools that ain't failing, because a lot of the schools that ain't failing still need funding. You see what I'm saying? So we kind of gotta find some kind of middle ground when it comes to that, because you know what I'm saying. So, but yeah, I agree for the most part.
My thing is, we ain't in the position to create anything until we can get into that position where that's on the table, where we can have our own school system, or do like the Koreans, where they send their kids to school, but after school they hire their own tutors from their own community. We're not there yet. So once we get there, then we can have them discussions. But that ain't even on the table. That's just a thought. The better option between the two, instead of having your child in a failing school, because again, they're going to get less funding because the government punishes them for failing, right? They're going to get less funding for failing. I would rather take my child out of that school and send them to a charter school, because that's the better option out of the two. Now we could talk about a better solution, but if it's not feasible right now, then it's like, what's the point? We can get there. We can cross that bridge when we make the bridge. We haven't made the bridge yet. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, to touch on Jeremiah's point, man, Trump is all for vocational training and all that good stuff, and sending funding for that.
Yeah, man. I think a lot more of our people need to be focused on those type of things, because those are stuff that you can learn and immediately go into the workforce right out of high school. You know what I mean? You can immediately take a skill you learn in high school and go right into the workforce. And we should be encouraging our children to do that, even if they have plans on going to college. They should leave high school with a trade.
Right. Listen. To touch on what Vincere just said, right? If I'm a parent and I'm in a district where they have nothing but failing schools, and they're not allowing me to bus them nowhere else, that school choice is everything. That school choice is going to be everything for me, because I'm going to be like, nah, hell no. I don't want them going to that school. I want them to go to the place where you get the best education and the best outcome from it. I'm going to put them in that charter school. But right now, we don't have that choice. We don't. We dependent on vouchers. And I'm from Dallas. I can tell you how them vouchers went in Dallas. Those people were pretending like they had full attendance, and they were not accepting black people in the school. So we need this to be federally enforced. You know what I'm saying? An act need to be signed where we have the choice and they allow us in. Until we can make something for our community, that's the route we're gonna have to go, man. That's all I'm saying. And Buddhist. Okay, we got the return of Sheikah. She said the felon schools occur because they underfunded the black neighborhood schools and moved the smart black children out. Be that as it may, right? You can be 100% right. How is having choice of what school or what type of school your children go to a bad thing? You know what I'm saying?
The problem is the same reason, the same thing the integration did. Because we looked at it, we wanted the choice, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? See, the thing we don't understanding and accepting the fact that most black people think that the white man's water is colder. Dr. Claude Anderson gave a story where he talked about where he was standing outside and a dude went to the black store to check the ice. You know what I'm saying? And he shook it around. He looked at it and he was like, he put it back in. Then he came across the street. You know what I'm saying? And then he bought the ice, and he said, "Well, why did you buy the ice over there?" He said, "Because the ice over here is smoother." He said, "So not only is the white man's ice colder, the white man's ice is smoother." So the point of the matter is, we gotta understand that a lot of niggas got slave minds, so they gonna automatically think white is better. Moving to the suburbs is better as opposed to good. They don't see the value in their own community, so they're gonna always think that something that's not them is better. So we gotta keep in mind that what we're doing, because we keep talking about choice, but now we sound like the very same women that talk about what they want choice over their body. You see what I'm saying? Again,
No, bro,
when a person is has a slave mind, you're always gonna think being with them is better. That's what decimated our community. That we thought being around moving to the suburbs, being around white people was better. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta always keep in mind the mentality of the people that we talking about giving choice to. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about is a slave, people that have a slave and an incarcerated mindset, they're gonna always move towards something that they deem as white is better. So we got to keep that in mind. And just like she said, it decimated what decimated the community is the smart kids leaving. So even people that may be going to a good school that's in the hood will probably leave. So then what do you do then? So we gotta keep this. This is what I'm saying. We can't be doing with this one size fits all catch. And I understand people like, well, choice is not a bad thing, but we see when giving black people a choice, what it has done. We see it. They gave us the choice to move out the hood. What we chose to do, leave. They gave motherfuckers a choice to abort their babies. What they do, abort them. We haven't shown as a people that we make the right choice when it's time, when we're given the options. We haven't shown the history of it. You have to show me empirical data of us making the right choices when given the options. We're talking about right now, us giving the option to vote and still not making the right choice.
You're right. But that's all a red herring, because the proof of the matter, that the facts here is that charter schools outperform public schools. I mean, that's just a fact. They outperform it. So we can get emotional about it. Oh, black kids leaving the poor schools. That's a good thing. Majority of them should leave the schools that are defunded, as you said, and go to these charter schools that outperform so they can get a better education. Everything else is hogwash point of views. Like, again, my children will not be going to no damn public school, bro. That's failing, period. You understand? They either going to have private school, private tutors, or they going to that charter school because I want the best outcome for my children. It has nothing more, nothing less than that. And if the government is giving us that choice, as a people, if we want to thrive and be the best that we can be, we got to give them a better education so they can get that scholarship and go to these Ivy League schools and dominate in infrastructure, as we always talk about, in STEM, as we always talk about. This is how we have to do it. Until we can build our own school systems and build our own educational centers, this is the route that we have to take, and that is best for our people. It has nothing to do with is the white man ice better. Quite frankly, we got these two options, both of them presented by the white man. Public school or charter schools. I'm going with charter schools. They outperform public schools. That's just the fact. I want my children where they outperform. My children, they would eat, and the only choice they had was personal public schools, private school. I'm going a private school route because public school has done nothing for our people. You know what I'm saying? We read about black people, majority of them are high school dropouts, bro. You want to keep
But
that
let,
trend going? I'm not with that.
well, well, let me say this about the private schools, brothers. Um, do you believe that the privatization of schools is that needed for us as a people, or does that benefit somebody else? I'm
It
all for sending. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
it has benefited other ethnic groups, mainly and primarily the white man, right? And really,
Yeah.
homeschooling is the way I would go if I had only two options: public school or homeschool. I would go homeschooling. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
would much. Yeah, I would much prefer homeschooling. The privatization of schools. I mean, I can understand why they're there, but they do kill the public schools. But then at the same time, the public schools are not doing much in return for our children. So the first teachers of a child are the parents. It's the household. So with that being said, what's better for our people? To homeschool and educate our children, or send them to a private or to a corporation that's going to treat them as a number? Even though I understand there are benefits going to a private school, my sister, she benefited from that, and she ended up going to USC and has living prosperous, has a beautiful career, got a lot going for herself. So do we do that, or do we really put the time and effort and educate our own children in the homeschooling system? Now, me personally, I've seen I know people that were homeschooled and they're doing fairly well. So, from an overall perspective, what is better for our community? What's better for Black children? The privatizations that are most definitely implemented by corporations, or are we doing it ourselves as a community?
I think us doing it ourselves will be overall better, but we're not there yet. That's my thing. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the hedge funding. We don't have anything to back that right now. So until we get to that point, I'm like, this is the path, the best path, best option for us that's laid before us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with being self-efficient and being self-sufficient, but our people just not there yet. Our people, and what happens is what the sister Sheikah is doing. She's giving us cases. You know what I'm saying? She's giving us the exception, not the rule. Just do your research, do your Googles. You're going to find out that public schooling and public education has primarily failed the Black community. You understand? So why would you stay there? Because your high school was proficient and your high school did well. Why would you promote us as a whole? We're talking about what's best for the Black community as a whole, not just one or two people or a few exceptions to the rule. You understand? Because the fact of the matter is this: we're going to do better in charter schools because they outperform public schools. You understand? So I don't understand this is the point as far as the schooling go. And I also want to touch this other brother. This brother said said that I'm a sellout. He said sellouts get the hell out. No Trump supporters stop it. Brother, how am I a sellout for supporting the party or administration that's giving us the most benefits? Trump is giving us he's presenting the platinum plan. He listened to Ice Cube's proposals to implement into the platinum plan. He has given us opportunity zones. He's pro school choice, which is going to help Black people get out of these failing public schools and put our children in these charter schools that outperform these schools. He's also, like I said, the opportunity zones, bringing more wealth and driving investments into these underdeveloped communities that we overrepresent. So how am I a sellout? The real sellouts are going for the Democratic Party, the party of slavery, the party of pro-abortion. You understand? Them the real sellout.
Well, how is it that a person is a sellout if they support Trump? I would like to hear that person's explanation on that. And it's obvious this individual is not even listening to the whole conversation. He's probably someone that came in 5, 6, 7 minutes ago. And the conversation was never about supporting Trump. It was more so looking at the disadvantages of the Democratic Party and Joe Biden. That's the overall purpose of the conversation. So I think certain individuals, before they run their mouth or type through the keyboard, they need to understand what's going on in the entire conversation and the points that we are stressing. No one here is promoting Donald Trump. I haven't heard that. So again, before you run your mouth, know the concept and the topic of the conversation. Now, if Trump is offering something better, then we have a right to listen. And just because we most definitely we may not support Trump 100%, but if Trump is offering something, aren't you supposed to sit down and listen to see what the man is offering? I mean, that's what Ice Cube did.
Right.
So is Ice Cube a sellout for listening to going to the Republican? I mean, because from what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joshua, I heard he went to the Republicans and to the Democrats. That's what I heard.
Right.
So
Right.
is he a sellout for going to both sides? Is he a sellout? I mean, he at least tried to open the conversation up and bring it back to the black vote and bring something to the black community. He at least made an effort. He's the only rapper that I've heard that's doing it. What other celebrity is doing it? I don't see nobody else doing it. So is Ice Cube a sellout for going to go talk to Donald Trump and the Republicans and Joe Biden and the Democrats?
But you see most
Answer
of
that question.
these people. You see most of these people have never even read the contract with Black America. They never read it. You see what I'm saying? So now him, Chris Broussard, Dr. Claude Anderson, and several other prominent thinkers in the community, because he didn't write it. He's just a presenter of it because he has a bigger name, but he didn't write it. So some of these other guys wrote it. Like I said, Dr. Claude Anderson, Chris Broussard, Boyce Watkins. There's a lot of people involved in this contract with Black America, and they use Ice Cube as like the figurehead to present it. It's no different than, like I said earlier, presenting a script. If he has a script, Ice Cube has a script, he's going to present it to Lionsgate. He's going to present it to Universal Studios. He's going to present it to Disney. He might present it to MGM. He might present it to whoever. You see what I'm saying? And he's going to go with whoever gives him the best deal. You see what I'm saying? This is not personal. So this is the thing. This is not personal. You know what I'm saying? We gotta subscribe to policy over personality. You see what I'm saying? And policy over party. We can't separate the two because, like I said before, we're politically ignorant. You know what I'm saying? So we don't understand politics. We don't understand quid pro quo. Something for something. See, we're so used to not getting anything from our vote that we think that that's normal. But you see, Joe Biden said the first thing he's going to get in office is take care of the LGBTQ community. Then the next thing he's going to get in office, he's going to give amnesty to illegals. Those things help those respective communities, right? But when it came to us, and Ice Cube said, "Hey, let's sit down, let's talk." He said, "Well, we'll get back with you after the election." He ain't promised you nothing.
Right.
So he promised to take care of these other communities, but don't even want to sit down with us to even discuss what he's going to do for us. He gives us the Lift Every Voice and Sing plan, right? Okay, cool. We on this channel because we're the source. What we do, we provide sources. We're not rhetoric warriors. We actually sit down and get to the sources. We compare, put both plans, the Platinum plan and the Lift Every Voice and Sing Biden plan, right next to each other and compared the two. And
Facts.
even before Trump made his amendments after meeting with Ice Cube, even before that, Trump's plan was just better. And I'm a libertarian. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm a libertarian. If I want to determine my political affiliation, I would be a libertarian. But so when you look at, or an independent, so I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, so I don't have a dog in the fight or whoever wins. I'm just looking at policy. I'm not looking at I like Trump or I don't like Trump. I'm not looking at I hate Biden or I don't like or I like Biden. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at policy, strictly policy.
Right.
When you look at Biden's plan and compared to Trump's plan, it's just inferior. Period. It's more minority jargon. It's not anything specific. Pretty much, he only had one clause specific to black people. Everything else, every other clause was minority this, minority that, or you have to make this amount of income. If you don't make this amount of income, then you receive this benefit. It's not nothing like Trump's plan. Trump's plan, if you go look at the plan that the Canadian government gave black people, If you go look at that plan and go read it, Trump's plan is almost the same. You know what I'm saying? He just added a few other nuances, but it's pretty much the same that the Canadian government gave black people in Canada. You see what I'm saying? And he came out with his plan after the Canadian government came up with their plan. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, and he sat down with Q and amended it. You know what I'm saying? And added some of the plans from the contract with Black of America. That's not a bad thing. See, when you get out of this party and partisan politics, and you just looking at policy, you're not caring about I don't give a damn if the Democrats come up with a good give us more. I don't care if the Republicans give us more. I just want more. I don't care who gives it to us. And so that's got to be the mindset that we got to get to. That it don't matter who give it to us, as long as we get it, so we can move forward. Because we wasn't saying that when we was Republican for all those years, and the new Eisenhower gave us the New Deal. I think it was Eisenhower.
No, it's Roosevelt.
Anyway,
FDR.
It was Roosevelt. Yeah, it was Roosevelt. Yeah, FDR. We wasn't complaining when a Democrat gave it when we were Republicans for all those years. We wasn't dissing the New Deal. We took it. We was Republicans for all those years. We wasn't upset when LBJ, who was a racist, you know what I'm saying, gave us the Civil Rights Act. We was willing to switch parties based upon who gave, historically as a people, we was able to switch parties predicated on who gave us what. This is our history. Coming out of slavery as Republicans, dealing with FDR and the New Deal, and then dealing with the Democrats on the Civil Rights Movement. We got to be willing to switch parties based predicated and be flexible and fluid. Whoever gives us the most, that's where we going. It don't matter if it's Democrat, Republican, Green Party, Libertarian, it don't matter. Whoever's giving us the most, that's where we go. That's political intelligence.
Let me show you what you just said, right? I'm gonna show you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let you in, Sheikah. I'll see you in the back. Give me a minute. Look, utilitarianism is what you just brought up, and that's why I've been pushing, trying to get our people to see. Utilitarian is that the doctrine that actions are right if they are useful or for the benefit of the majority. That's what we got to drive our people towards. Utilitarianism, right? I'm voting for Trump because it's going to benefit majority of our people. That's why I'm voting for Trump. And I'm showing you the cons of voting for Biden is going to disproportionately hurt African Americans. The pro-abortion and the open border policies are going to destroy the Black community, right? It's already devastated. It's going to be even worse under them. We've proven that. Black people got to be more utilitarian. That's the answer. All right, let me let Sheikah on. All right, Sheikah, you now in the show.
Oh, sorry. Shabbat Shalom. I wanted to talk about the education piece. I'm a 13-year educator in the DFW area. And I actually wrote a proposal for school choice that Dallas ISD is trying to trying to provide because they're trying to compete with charter schools. And in doing that, what you have to do is you have to look at the TAPER reports and the data to support why you want to do this school. Of course, my school was Afrocentric. You know, this is what I wanted to do. And I actually wanted to put in that I wanted to use the Phyllis Wheatley School, which is in South Dallas, as I ride to my daughter's school. It's sitting there empty. But the district and the Phyllis Wheatley family descendants are at odds because they want to do other things with that school that it wasn't meant for. And so I wanted to put that in my proposal. When you look at the data, and I looked at academic data and I looked at discipline data, okay? Black children are not thriving in schools. Like, it's a good school. You put your Black child in there, they're not being accommodated. They're not being basically, they're feeling left out. It's like kind of like when Black people go to white majority schools and they're just trying to blend in and fit in, and they're oftentimes the only Black person in the room, okay? And then they come into the workforce and it's like, go along, get along, you know? And then those who went to HBCUs are like, no, this is wrong. this is what their own law states, and we're going to do it the way it says, you know. And you'll find those more boisterous people coming from HBCU. So when I wrote that proposal, it was rejected. I wrote for it twice, and it was rejected. But the data shows that Black children are not thriving in those schools. They're often part of the disciplined population. In Dallas ISD, Black children only make up 20% of the population, but they're half of the disciplined population. Okay, why is that? We know why that is. And so when I actually put in things to rectify that, as far as what we go through socioeconomically, because those lines blur, it was still like, no, because those schools, and I know a guy who actually won the grant to do a transformation school, it's in the north. And if you know anything about Dallas, everything in the north is white, everything in the south is Black. And he's off 75. All the grants that they give to open those schools, while they have empty school buildings in the south, are in the north. So they're moving children, and when you move the child, you're allocated so much. And I'm over attendance now as an assistant principal. I'm over attendance. That's money. Okay. So when the child moves, the money moves. So these schools are continuously underfunded because our property is being undervalued. And I'm also a homeowner, because they'll say supply and demand, and they say people don't want to live where Black people are, so your house is valued less. This is the biggest way that people get wealth. Okay. So they undervalue your house. Your house value determines the property tax, and it funds the school. So, and now they're trying to, on the ballot, what there is like all these bonds for Dallas ISD to build more schools in the middle of a pandemic when virtual learning has been founded. And I voted against all of that except for technology. And that was like a lot of money, and I voted for that. But you're going to raise our property taxes. You're not going to raise the value of our homes. In South Dallas, I don't know if you know, it's going through gentrification right now as we speak. Mm-hmm. But if we stay in these communities, and they have beautiful homes here, if we stay in these communities, if we buy back the hood, then we can control the vote. And I don't know if you know about the Oak Cliff area, but like towards Carter and those in DeSoto and into Cedar Hill, they vote locally, they vote all types of ways, and they vote primarily Democratic. I know you don't like it.
I know they do.
but we get the money and we get the judges, and that matters too, because I know somebody who went through the court system, and we voted for, what's her name, Faith Johnson or whatever, and she was a Black woman. She was a Republican. I voted for her. She was giving people 75 years for like stupid stuff. And that's why she got voted out. And that's why there's a Democratic man in there now, and he's giving people programs and help and this. And that's what we need. The reason why Black people shifted from Republican to Democrats is because of the programs and the things that they offered. I'm a product of a program that existed during Clinton's administration, Denver Educational Excellence Program. And they intervened with lower social economic people and told them how they can go to college, how they can get scholarships, and educated us and parents. So this is why you see the shift. It's the same thing with your abortion stuff. It's not about just allowing abortions. It's about how are we going to make it a safe space for a girl who's been abandoned and left and has no skills or degrees to carry her to raise a child? How are we going to make it a safe space so she can have a baby and be supported? And then we say, well, she needs to close her legs. Well, somebody else supplied her with the sperm, and then be against child support, be against welfare. I mean, it's not linear thought. It's not any type of thought. It's like, it's all going to fall on you, and we're not going to help. Hold on.
Right, I'm going to
address. And we're not going to help. So
I'm going to address a few things about Dallas. So you basically poo-pooing on charter schools, but can you show me these public schools thriving in the city of Dallas, because I'm looking at the numbers now. 100 schools are failing in the city of Dallas, and they overrepresent Texas. Majority of the schools that are failing are in Dallas, according to what I'm reading here.
And Townview is the #1 school in Dallas because they pull all the talent to Townview. Townview is the #1 school in the nation.
But it says nearly 100 Dallas ISD campuses land on the list of worst schools in Texas. Public schooling has failed our people, man. There's no way around that. Public schooling.
I won't say that. I can agree with you on that, but I'm saying that when you put your like KIPP and Uplift, do you know who that's run by? It's run by the Betsy DeVos of the world. I know because I used to be in teaching trust, and then I interviewed to go into aspiring leadership there. And this woman told me, "Oh, you're not much of a leader. I don't see you as a leader." You know who had to put the pin on me when I was getting honors and scholarships while I was in my principal program? That lady who said I wasn't a leader. And now I'm in position. So I mean, like they kind of, it's like they kind of gatekeep. They cause the problems and then they gatekeep it through charters. Who can come? Who can't come? If your child has a learning disability, forget about it. In those charter schools, they are not going to accommodate them. If your child has behavior problems or emotional problems, they toss them because they have that autonomy. Public schools do not.
That's why you should support pro-school choice, because right now we don't have the choice. A lot of our
when it takes money out. Well, I do because I actually am going to open a charter, but guess where I'm going to do it? In South Dallas. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not. But I know how the hands are tied in public school. We're tied to policy, to all these laws and regulations and how we need to do and what we need to do. I am still going to do those things and serve children. But when we look at the data, and I've looked at the data, black children are not thriving in those schools. I worked at Molina High School, and we had a black parent meeting, which I didn't even understand. But anyway, we had a black parent meeting. So I was like, well, if we're going to have the black parent meeting, we're not going to invite black parents and tell them what they ain't doing and what they need to do and stuff like that. We're just going to show them the data and ask for their help. And that's what I did with another black male principal. At the time, I was a teacher at the time. He was the principal, and we presented that, and it went over well. So that way, those parents were in the know. Yes, Molina is a good school. It's a great school, actually. But when you look at the numbers of black children, you can see that they're being underserved. And black children will be underserved at good schools if you're not looking at the black data. And that is available.
So we should just leave them in the public schools. So we should just leave them in the public schools and have a defeatist attitude about this, because they're not 91 schools in Dallas ISD are performing poorly. And majority of our children are going there.
Mm-hmm. No, you don't leave them in the public schools and have a defeatist attitude. You leave them in the public schools and say, do what I want you to do. Parents have all the power, but getting parents to show up. Like I just had a post come up in my memory. Oh, parent night, time to roll out the movies. Because that's what happens. If you're involved and you put your foot down, like we know the parents who are involved. Oh man, this parent's coming. Oh Lord, we know. But if you're not engaged in what's going on, like at my daughter's school, they know I'm an assistant principal. Guess what they do when I come? Yeah, they know. But you have to engage yourself in our communities are not engaged.
But hold on.
But listen to what you finna say, Jashu. But Jashu, if they don't have that parent in a public school, they're not gonna have that parent in a charter school either.
Exactly.
And so when that child goes to charter, that child is still gonna. That's what she's saying. That child still does poorly, no matter where they go, because the parent is the one push the kid. I'm gonna give an example. One of the kids I coached saved. His mom, I'm not gonna say her name live because I don't know if she want me to say it. She chose to stay at Jones High School, right? But because it was borderline performing poor. It wasn't performing bad, but it wasn't performing good. It was kind of like in that gray area. So because she chose to stay, they offered her a scholarship. She ended up getting a scholarship to Texas Southern because she ended up graduating the top of her class there, where she may have been in the middle of the pack somewhere else. She graduated top of her class, the top 2%, got a scholarship, a full ride. She's right now working on her PhD. So what I'm saying to you is, if the kid, but what does she have behind her? She had behind her mother. Her mother is a degreed sister. Her grandmother. She come from a legacy of academics, and her parents, just like the sister just said, was involved. So if you an involved kid is gonna a kid with involved parents is gonna excel no matter where they at, because their parents are involved. The kids that are falling behind are the kids, like the sister just said, are the kids that don't show up. As a coach, I see that in myself. Like, I see the difference between the parents that just drop their kids off at Little League and leave and go rip and run and do whatever they're gonna do, as opposed to the parents that are there on the field cheering their kids on. You see the difference when you get out there and get involved with the kids. You see the difference. Those kids whose parents are involved excel. The kids who don't be sitting around looking for their parents, trying to figure out where their mom at.
Got you, and I agree. But that's not gonna give evidence against charter schools. It's not. It's not.
The data shows that charter schools.
Let me read this article, because right now we don't have pro-choice. You understand? Those kids that are getting into these charter schools, especially in the Dallas district, aren't they dependent on vouchers? They're dependent on vouchers.
No. They don't depend on vouchers. What happens is that the charter school is paid the same way that regular schools are paid. Once you have an enrollment, you get paid per student. So the money goes with the kid.
So you don't need a voucher.
It's not a voucher program.
Okay. All right. I'm a fact check that in a minute, but on the screen, y'all can see I got Newsweek.com. It says proof positive that charter schools are better. And it says, in many debates about American public education, there is no shortage of flashpoints to ignite passions and heat up the rhetoric. Funding, testing, teacher performance, seniority rules. But of many controversial topics, the one that feels like it burns the hottest is the issue of public charter schools. To opponents, the spread of charter schools mean nothing less than the demise of public education, or as they would tell you, the real public schools. To supporters, including the parents of the more than 3 million children who attend charter public schools, charters represent the best in public education, thanks to their freedom to innovate. These schools offer high-quality education, in many cases in neighborhoods where district public schools have failed. This is especially true for kids of color and kids from low-income households. So, I mean, how are we making an argument against charter schools? Because we got two options.
Because the data doesn't support that. The data doesn't support that. And as many articles. Huh?
Source up. I need to see this data. Because I gave it
Texas Education Agency taper report. You can go there, and that will show you that is not true. Most charter schools don't even have written curriculum. I mean, like, they have no written curriculum at all. Matter of fact, my cousin, she's in Colorado, but she was going to put her daughters in charter schools, and so she was like, "Where's your curriculum? Where can I look at it?" Because she's actually educated in early child development, and so she wanted to look at the curriculum, you know, just to see if it was on point. They didn't even have it. You don't even have to have written curriculum, okay? And so,
all right. So I'm gonna go off a source. I'm gonna go off a source again. I want you to provide me an article or something backing up what you're saying.
Oh, you can Google right now. Are charter schools better? That first article that comes up is going to tell you it's not, and put up the data. Google right now, because I posted that on my page because somebody was saying that, and I was like, they're not better if it's not ran by somebody who understands education. This is why I went and got my principalship. This is why I said I have to be employed under principalship to find out. So if you go to Google,
I got my article. I got one already from acharterschool.com.
Oh, okay.
Charter schools outperform public schools. The facts. Charter schools have been gaining popularity for a number of years. However, how is the quality of education provided in this type of school compared with what you can get from a public school? Read along to find out more about the academic achievements of students in charter schools, as well as overall standards and performance level. Recent studies have shown that charter schools are supporting the cognitive development and academic performance of children in a number of states all over the country. According to the Center for Research and Education Outcomes by Stanford University, the effect of charter schools in a number of urban areas in the nation continue to be promising. In fact, these researchers have utilized a more comprehensive research design, which could determine the learning achievement of students in charter schools as compared to those in traditional public school districts. Based on the study that involved 41 cities, students who are enrolled in charter schools have higher learning improvements than what other students have received from public schools. Their performance levels in reading and math were much higher, and this offered an insight on what can be expected from teaching style and innovativeness of instructors in a charter school. Moreover, this study included learning improvements among charter school students in urban areas. The performance level of students in charters differs across the urban areas. For instance, in 26 of these cities where research was conducted, charter students claimed to have learned more in math than their peers in traditional schools. However, 11 of the schools in urban areas learned less in math. The bottom line remains that learning improvements are still higher in urban charter schools than in traditional public school districts. Among the charter locations located in urban areas that have received exceptional academic results for students include the ones in Boston, San Francisco Bay Area, Newark, and Detroit. It is also worth noting that the excellent learning improvements obtained by students were evident in various subgroups of students, including Asian, Hispanic, and Black. The same is true with students who are enrolled in special education programs, and the achievements were more impressive than what their peers studying in traditional public schools have received. However, Native Americans and white charter students fared less in the terms of academic performance.
Okay, so I would say click a new tab and then type in specifically, are charter schools better? You're going to see articles against them. And when you look at the data on your local, and this is what I want to encourage parents to do. If you don't know how to access data on your local education agency website, you need to learn how to do that. The data, the Texas data or from TEA does not support that at all. Matter of fact, I worked in special education. I was an inclusion teacher, and our students would go to charter schools and they would be sent back. I had a friend who was the director over special education in charter schools. They didn't even have a computerized system. They were still doing arts on paper because they didn't want to invest in those students. So the data from the Texas Education Agency does not support that at all.
Well, the data was
and I know that because I wrote a proposal and I had to look up that data and present it.
And you're also talking about, hold on, brother. DA. Let me mute that, brother. But you also, you're not addressing the fact that 91 of those schools in the DISD district are failing. So
how many schools are in DISD? Do you know there's 22 high schools alone?
Well, it just said 91 schools in this article here. So
I know, but there's 22 high schools alone, and it gets bigger as you go down. So there's 22 high schools in Dallas and Townview.
Sheikah, that doesn't excuse the fact that the public school system is failing us. And I just read an article where they did a study across 41 cities that these charter schools are outperforming in supporting Black, Hispanic children in these urban areas.
They get to choose.
Exactly.
My niece goes to a charter school, and if the parents don't engage, they kick the child out. I mean, and that's Uplift, putting them out there. And I actually interviewed for what is that called? Not Uplift. It was, what's the big other one? When you go there and you go into their offices, nobody looks like you and me. I'm gonna tell you that. It wasn't Uplift. It was, what's the big other one?
I just posted an article on the back.
I'm going off of statistics.
Hey, shoot.
I got you.
Okay.
But we just read an article across 41 cities. A study that they conducted showed and proved that charter schools outperform public schools. The two options.
And I asked you to hit hit another tab and say, do charter schools do better? You're going to find a whole bunch of articles that say no, with data and statistics. So we can rule out articles. Articles are going to be in favor or against. We can just go look at the data at the Texas Education Agency. Do you know how to pull up a taper report?
I got you. But what you have not addressed is the fact that Dallas DISD has felon schools, right? Right?
Yes, 100 out of how many? They have like 1,000.
Out of in the whole state of Texas, the worst ones, a lot of them are represented in Dallas. We can't
and they have the
that.
best one too. They have the best one in the nation as well. So
how many do they have? How many do they have? 1, 2? How many?
Townview is divided into several different schools, and every school at Townview is top in the nation.
Sister, you see, you're not being utilitarian right now.
They're pooling the talent over there, and they're taking these kids out of neighborhood schools and defunding neighborhood schools.
What's more beneficial for Black people, to keep supporting failing public schools or taking them out and put them in charter schools that perform better? Which one? Which one?
The best thing, it would be the most beneficial thing is for parents to keep their kids where they're supposed to go, because that's what you're paying for, specifically if you're a homeowner, and demand that the resources come to that school.
Okay, we tried that. That didn't work.
We didn't try that. Who tried that?
But you can't. But you got to. If
you told me, hold on, baby. You told me that the Black people in Oak Cliff have voted for the local politics, and primarily they're Democratic. They tried that. It didn't work. What was you saying, Damon?
No, I'm saying you got to, but you can't speak definitive yet, because you got to read the other articles before you speak definitive and say just because that one article said. Because I just posted something that's going to say something different, especially in Texas.
Man, I'm not going to support no damn public schools. This is insane.
It's not.
Check it out. This is retarded.
Man, all the information. All the information is still there. It's all the same, public or charter. I went to a charter high school myself personally. I did, and I was in that school for 3 years. And when I got out of that school and I tried to enroll in college, I ended up in special ed. They put me in special ed because the charter high school didn't have a broad enough curriculum where it was teaching me to where I was actually able to keep up inside of the public school. Once I left the charter high school and I went to public school, I was a retard.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time, and sometimes it happens in the public school. Well, you have to remediate that, but it happens all the time. They're not held to standard.
Black people keep going to the public schools and enrolling your children to the public school. When I have children, they're going to go to a charter school or they're going to be homeschooled. I'm not going with the bullshit. Y'all can
be better off homeschooling them.
Y'all keep going with the insanity and keep doing the shit that has been failing us for years. Fine.
You should breathe out.
This is my angle.
I'm utilitarian.
This is my angle on this whole on the whole school thing. You know, you go to school to learn how to assimilate in this society. That's what schools are made for. Is to teach you how to get yourself prepared for the job force. There's very, very, very few classes that is being offered inside vocational schools and inside charter high schools that actually is going to set you on the pace and the road path for you to actually have your own business or anything. They're not really guiding you in that direction. They guide you towards employment. That's a fact. After that, you got to ask yourself, what are we doing here as Black people anyways? What are we trying to do? Are we trying to assimilate and get a good job? Is that what we should be trying to do? Or is there a bigger goal? And by us trying to have a debate about what schooling system should we choose, you're still just trying to say that you want to make this place work for yourself. And this place is not designed for Black people to work. We are the substance of this country. So we got to be at a certain position. So we're only dreaming when we're actually sitting there thinking like all Black people are one day going to end up in charter high school. That's not going to happen. First off, you got to pay to get up in there. That wasn't
the point. The point was Trump is in support of school choice. And I brought out the fact that majority of these public schools are failing. Now we have the choice under the Trump administration to pull our kids out of those failing schools and put them in charter schools. And we're getting pushback for it. So I'm saying, okay, cool. You don't want to be utilitarian. Keep your schools in the failing schools. That's it. The Bible says it the best. any man be ignorant, you let him be ignorant. I'm not gonna sit here and argue
But
about
Jashu,
this.
you haven't read the competing
well,
argument though yet, Jashu. I just read the article and then make your definitive statement, because you're making definitive statements like you're saying for a fact.
I'm
You
going
talking about
off of
moving back.
data points.
Listen, but listen, Jashu. If you read the article that I just put in the back before you go on your rant, because right now you're just showing your own bias because you're not reading a
All
competing
right,
article.
so cool.
You
I have
keep
a
trying to say I'm
bias
gonna
for
get to
better
it, but keep.
education. You're right. I have a bias for
But
better
that's not.
education.
But
You're right.
again, if you read the article, that's what I'm saying. You're not reading the article. You're talking about moving back to Texas. The article says that the charter schools ain't necessarily doing better in Texas. So read the article, bro. Just read the article. Put it up there and read it.
I just want to encourage parents to find out how to access their local education agency and look at the data on their own. You're going to find articles for and against, and they all have an agenda and a bias. But when you look at those numbers don't lie. They're going to tell you how those children are doing in each setting, and you're going to find out the truth. And if you go to your agency and you don't know how to do it, you can call them and they'll navigate you through it. So that's all I wanted to say. Y'all have a good Shabbat.
All right, I'm gonna read your article, Damon, because this is just silly. It gets silly at some point, man. It's when black people are not utilitarian, and it's proof and it's evident. We fight for the bullshit that keeps us down. I'm gonna read this shit. I'll read this shit. Y'all gonna have it. Enjoy your poor underperforming school. All right, are charters better than traditional schools? Texas A through F grading system suggests maybe not. Texas charter schools did better and worse than traditional public schools according to the latest state accountability data. Texas new A through F grading system shows that charter schools tend to be more successful than traditional public schools. They also have a higher rate of failure. Statewide charters had a larger rate of schools graded A under the new accountability system. Traditional schools district had a much lower rate of Fs. I'm reading this and I'm not seeing where traditional schools better than anyway. And in North Texas, traditional schools generally outperform their charter peers, according to an analysis of the Dallas Morning News. The analysis also hints at the pitfalls parents face as they try to pick the best schools for their children, even as charter operators and traditional public schools intensify the competition for students. Charter schools are publicly funded schools run by private or nonprofit operators, bucking conventional thinking. Data show that a charter school or charter operator might get an F, even though many charter schools are publicly perceived as better performers than traditional schools, while the public school next door that a parent was avoiding might get an A. And yet, some educators say a charter school might still be a better choice for some students because many target specific children with specific needs, such as those at risk of dropping out or families with low incomes. Then I guess it gives you the numbers. Let's see. The state's new academic accountability rating system showed charter districts had a higher rate of A's, but also had a higher rate of F grades than traditional school districts. So charter districts are represented as red, and traditional is blue. So whatever the A's are, they're higher there. And F's, they represent more F's. But all right, so Damon, explain this to me. Which one is better overall then? Which one's better? I mean, Damon, I'm even here. I'm reading the article you wanted me to read. All right, I continue to read.
He's going.
That brother drop out? How you gonna have me read your article and then drop? All right, man. This is crazy. Laura Keller, director of quality service at the Texas Charter School Association, said the new grading system will make recruiting students more challenging as schools seek to explain they might be the best fit for their student. It will make it harder for districts and charters both on the whole, but better for the kids and the parents, said Kelly. That's why many of us got into this work, to make strong options for kids, so that's a good thing. Then it will be up to the parent to look at the factors within both to see what's a match for their child. The Texas Education Agency said that nearly 37% of charter districts across the state earned an A compared to about 16% of traditional school districts that receive highest rating. So again, I'm not understanding. But such charter districts also had a larger F grades, 8% compared only into 1.2% of traditional districts. Individual campus grades were not released this year, but the public can deduce that they would have looked like based on overall numerical scores issued by the state for each school, the news analysts found. About 20% of charter campuses, 128 out of 625 that received numeric scores would have received an A grade, compared with only 19% of traditional school campuses. Meanwhile, 11% of charters have gotten an F. Only 5% of schools have earned a failing. What's that noise? There you go. All right. So in North Texas, nearly a quarter of Dallas area campuses at school districts would have earned an A compared with about 50% of charters. And charters also would have seen much higher rate of F's, 12% compared with just under 3% of Dallas area school district campuses. The bulk of the individual charter school campuses that would have earned A's are those that belong to large networks. Harmony Public Schools, for example, has 54 campuses and 18 would have earned A. Out of 56 IDEA public schools, campuses that receive scores, 29 would have earned an A. Charter schools with fewer children who live in poverty perform well. For example, the Westlake Academy, a city-run charter school in an affluent part of Tarrant County, outscored most other schools in the state with a 98, but also reported that no children from low-income families attend the school. Other highest-performing charter schools tend to be ones affiliated with a college. No grading system can account for every factor in choosing a school. Charters don't significantly outshine traditional schools in Texas. The state issue official letter grades is about equal on the A, a little bit higher on the B's, a little lower on C's, a little lower on D's, a little lower on F's. One school story last year, Kim Doucette decided to enroll her daughter, now 12, and a sixth grader, at Legacy Preparatory Charter Academy's Plano campus. Legacy Prep appeared to be a solid choice with a strong focus on college prep. It had met standard rating in a state's soon-to-be-retired old evaluation system. Then last week, Doucette was stunned to see that charter operator got an F under the new grading system. The Plano campus itself would have earned a D based on the overall score of 69. And Doucette lives in Plano School District with receiving a top A rating. I worried I made a mistake by choosing charter school, Doucette said. But the simple grades don't always reflect the complexities of education. Doucette says she's hesitant to move her daughter into a large school system because of her child's learning disability. Her daughter seemed to benefit from the smaller size of Legacy Prep. Where did it go? Hold on. Which had about 300 students at the Plano campus. She worries that if she enrolled her daughter into a traditional school, she wouldn't get the extra help needed to be successful. At Legacy Prep, they are willing to accommodate her on a smaller scale, and every kid is treated individually, which I've always said that's the problem with these public schools. Put 30 kids in one damn school class, and then how do you expect one person to tentatively teach all 30 students? Anyway, that's a sidebar. So Doucette said, but these grades are just a huge shock. I have to really think about it. Listen, North Texas school districts outperform charters in new A to F grades. Some public schools advocates hope the new grades debunk the myth that any school, public or private, is better than a neighborhood campus. Thomas Ratliff is a former member of the State Board of Education whose father wrote the law that established charters in Texas. He said many people assume charters would outshine neighborhood schools across the board. That didn't happen, Ratliff said. I've said from day one, there are charters that save kids' lives, and there are charters that should have been shut down years ago. That's why it's important for parents to know what's going on. That's why we need transparency. Rebecca Good, Legacy Prep superintendent, echoes the concerns of many other school administrators across the state who say that the state's new grading system doesn't illustrate what's really happening in schools. Rather, they say the grades are a reflection of economics. Schools with fewer children living in poverty tend to have higher grades. Good says she sought out students from the area's most struggling neighborhoods when launching Legacy Prep in 2012 with the specific intention of giving underserved children better opportunities. After moving schools and consolidating campuses over the years, a charter district now operates one small Plano campus and a larger one in Mesquite. But consolidation led to coding errors during the last round of STAR testing, and now Good isn't sure if the grade her district received is a clean one because some scores could be missing. F grades are particularly troublesome for charters, which will face automatic shutdown by the state if they fail academic standards 3 years in a row. We're having to stand by and possibly appeal our data, using public funds to hire hire lawyers so that we can get a fair chance and fair rating, she said. In the meantime, legacy prep schools are focused on serving students, Good said. We are very candid when our parents ask us questions. We make sure they are happy with what's going on in the classroom. Ultimately, that's the end game right there. Are they happy? The evolution of grading. Texas launched the state's first academic accountability program for public schools in 1994 with a tiered system that had exemplary at the top of and low performing or academically unacceptable at the bottom. That system lasted through 2011 when lawmakers changed it. In 1995, Texas approved the launch of charter schools. They're not part of a typical public school district. They're generally subject to fewer regulations than traditional schools. For example, they don't have a state-mandated class size limit. Charter schools serve as a small portion of Texas public school students, about 5%. They often compete directly with urban districts for students. For example, about 33,000 children who live within the boundaries of Dallas ISD instead attend a charter school. There's been a massive expansion in number of charter schools across Texas. Many schools have long student waiting lists as families look for more choices to suit their children's individual needs. Some public school districts have responded by launching a slew of specialty campuses of their own. In the previous tier ratings, charters were generally overrepresented at both the top and the bottom of the school ratings. DFW's traditional school district outperformed charter campuses. The ratings now being phased out, which use met standard and improvement required categories, then little to show at a glance how schools were faring against each other. While the Texas Education Agency does issue distinguish the schools for certain areas, such as college readiness, parents were rarely aware of them. The new A through F systems is intended to give communities a more detailed way of comparing schools. The letter grades are largely determined by how well students did on STAR tests, how much progress they made on how schools did in comparison to peers. Drilling down the data can reveal the complexity of the grading system. The fast-growing International Leadership of Texas Charters Network, which served about 18,000 students across the state, earned a B as a district. But it also had 5 campuses that had faced Fs if individual campuses had received grades, and the state had issued accountability waivers to the schools affected by Hurricane Harvey. Those failing campuses would have included its elementary school in Lancaster, which fared worse than the nearby Rosa Parks Millbrooks Elementary in Lancaster ISD, which would have earned a B. The charter East Fort Worth Middle School would have failed, while the Fort Worth ISD's Meadowbrook Middle nearby would have earned a C. Texas officials said that the grades do reflect some areas where they are working to improve, but the accountability system doesn't show the charter's unique work to ensure their students learn Spanish and Chinese alongside English, or their mission to teach students to be servant leaders. That's
okay. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say too before we go any further. I wanted to touch on that is because, like I was saying, when I went to the charter high school, they didn't have a very wide selection of classes for you to actually be enrolled in. So unlike the public schools, we had really smart kids that would have been, you know what I mean, top performers in any type of public school setting, and they would have had a separate class where they could have, you know what I mean, taught those people at a higher speed. That's what they usually do in public schools. But in the charter high school, they didn't have that many classes. They didn't have that many teachers. So these smart kids, the real super smart kids, were sitting right next to my dumb self. And we were all learning together. And actually, I think that the smart kids was actually not learning as much as because the teachers had to take so much extra time for my dumb ass, you know what I mean? And walk me through things that the smart kids was getting instantly like that. which I saw it clearly. It was inhibiting their speed versus when I went to the public school, man, they'll throw you inside of a class called calculus in the 10th grade. And I ain't never heard of nothing like that. But in the 10th grade, public school threw me in calculus. And I was blown away. Charter high school, they literally taught me algebra almost the whole duration of me being there. I was in algebra. So that's why when I went to I went and enrolled into community college after I got out, I wasn't able to even keep up with anybody. They had to put me in special ed. And I have to blame that to their inability to actually teach me adequately, because they had to try to split their method of teaching. They had to split it between the smart kids and the dumb kids, but all in one setting, which made it to where pretty much we all kind of stayed in the middle. Nobody really learned too much. That's just from my experience. And that, I'm not saying that that's how it goes with everywhere, but I'm a living proof about this charter high school thing. It might work, depends on which one you get into, but if you get into the wrong one, or if there's too many people in this charter high school, it kind of turns into the same effect as a public school. It's
right,
still,
if you don't have
attention is diverted.
Well, we have transparency for that. And one thing with public schools is, for the most part, you stuck with the damn school your kids going to. You understand? If you're in that district, you only have a limited choice of schools you can go to. Having pro-choice of the school, pro-school choice, that means you are able to select where you want your child to go. And if I can select where my child can go, I'm going to put him in a charter school that is is successful. That's
correct.
But that makes a lot of sense. But you see what you keep saying. You see what you're saying. You see the language you keep saying. You still keep equating. You reading the article where it said charter schools are not always better. Instead of saying, I'm going to find the best school for my kid, charter or public school. I'm going to find that's what we do. We find the best school, and the best schools just happen to be. All you got to do is find an exemplary school. The best school is, you know what I'm saying, is where they go. The best school just happen to be a public school. You don't have to find you don't have to do the best school ain't always a charter school. That's the point. That's the whole point of the article. The best school, you gotta look at your child and say, okay, my child not good at math. And you gotta go shop these schools. You can't just, it's a charter school, so I'm putting my kid in there because charter is better. That ain't true, because that ain't true. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at your child, assess your child's needs. You know what I'm saying? And then say, okay, I think my child may be dyslexic. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this charter school. What provisions do you have for a dyslexic child? How do you remedy that? What is your course of action with that? Then they'll tell you and go down the gambit of this, that, and the third. And then you say, okay, well, shoot, okay, cool. Okay, well, do you have an IEP plan? Okay, my child is struggling with math. What do you have for that? Well, you got to go. It's more to it than just saying it's a charter school, because it's more to it than that, man. That's what I'm saying. We're limiting the conversation to just charter schools are better. That's ignorant. That's just like the people running around just saying Democrats are better. It's the same logic.
I got you. Government mandates on classroom limits. That's going to happen in a public school, whether you like it or not. And I disagree with that. And with charter schools, they cater to not having 30 goddamn motherfuckers in one goddamn classroom. I would rather that number be around 12 or 10, so my child can get the attention that he needs. You understand? So, and then we're looking at this data point, and they tell you that the data points on here, right? Majority of these schools, when it comes to getting A's, are proficient, right? And the ones that are failing is because of they cater to the low income areas. Now you can say, well, that's what black people are. I understand that. But again, if I have the choice, I am going to choose the most successful charter school. I will never put my child in public school for a multitude.
I feel you on that. I won't either.
You wouldn't but why not put your kid? You could put your kid in the most successful public school that could rival the charter school. That's the point.
I wouldn't put my kid in a public school for a myriad of reasons. I gave you one already: the classroom.
But most successful public schools don't have those things that you're talking about.
Yes,
Right.
all schools have the mandate by the government on classroom limits, bro. Stop
If you
it.
want your kid to be smart, if you want your kid to be smart, the smartest thing that you can do is take your kid to Colorado. That's where the highest education criteria is at. You take your kid to Colorado, you can put them inside the public school, and your kid's going to come out sharp as a knife. And that's just the facts. Colorado has the best schooling. That's where I went. And I went there, and I'm telling you, the 10th grade, they're teaching calculus. My pops graduated from college. He still don't know calculus. That lets you know, you're like, oh no, man, it's not about necessarily public or charter. It's actually about where is this stuff is actually at? Like, how many white people is populating that state? If this is a low white populated state, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I'm gonna be factual. Your kid just probably ain't gonna be the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't care what grade he got. But if you take him to where there's less ghettos, less blackism, you take them there and your kid is going to get optimum schooling. He's going to be ushered through life. But it doesn't fall in about charter or public. It actually falls into literally, we're back to the same old talk, white and black. That's what this country always been about, and still to this day. It's still standing to prove itself against the test of time that no, it's still a black and white thing, man. Where the white kids are congregated at, that's where all the information and all the energy is put. Where the blacks are at, it's just getting, it's left out to rot. And then when we want to put our hopes into anything else, all we're doing is just selling ourselves short. It's because these people know that we're leaving. They know that there's an exodus from America. It's been happening for the last 8 years. People have just been leaving the United States at an exodus rate, and what they try to do is just get you to still stay interested in the pony show. I'm done watching the pony show. No, this place ain't good for black people, public or charter, because all they're gonna do is teach you how to be a slave, an employee. You want your people to be successful? Start thinking about moving them out of this country, or moving them next to them white folks. If you can't make it there, try to get out of here, man. That's just facts, man.
Hey, man, I mean, the point of bringing all that up was this. You either going to want to be pro having the choice to pick the school, or you going to stick with the Democrats' plan of where we're going to just keep you guys in these public schools in your district, and you don't have a damn choice. I mean, it's easy for me. Choice. I want to have a goddamn choice and
That's
be
right.
autonomous when I decide my children's education and where they're going to get their education. Y'all can keep being fools, man. I'm not doing that shit, man. I keep telling y'all we need to be more utilitarian, meaning we go for what's most beneficial for us. And she brought up that the people in Oak Cliff all vote Democrat, but Oak Cliff is crime-ridden, right? Oak Cliff is downright poor and impoverished. Voting Democrat did shit for them. And the illiteracy rate is 30%. This is bullshit.
This is the problem. See, this is what I've been teaching niggas for the longest since I've been doing these type of shows. See, we got to get to the point where we don't want just this. See, this is the problem. We'll be like, see, Biden wants to give us funding for the school for the inner city schools. See, that's what we need. We need the funding. Then we'll be like, Trump is giving us school choice. See, that's what we need, school choice. Nigga, we need both of them. This is what I'm talking about. No understanding war and understanding how to think. Everything ain't always an either or, nigga. We need both of them. We need funding for the kids whose mama or maybe taking a bus who ain't got no car, so her kid can get a good education. We need motherfucking school choice for the kids, the people who may be mobile, to say, you know what, I want to put my kid in this top charter school or this top public school. We need all of that shit, man. And this is where we be fucking up. That we always fall for this Hegelian dialectic shit. Like it's all the answers on one side or the other. You know what I'm saying? See, if you ain't just for school choice and you ain't just for charter schools, then you a sellout, then you crazy. Or if you ain't for the Democrats, then nigga, you crazy. We fall into the same damn trap because we don't know how to think. You know what I'm saying? So we don't think war. You know what I'm saying? We don't think strategy. We don't think like these very crackers that we talk about. We don't think like them. They think 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves ahead. We think right here, right now, right here, right now. School choice right now, school funding right now, nigga. We need all that shit because we got people that may not be mobile enough to get their kid to the goddamn charter school or the public school across town. So that kid need to get a good education too. We can't just think if we talking about we doing everything quote unquote for the people. We got to think about all of the people. We can't just think about my kid is gonna. You know what I'm saying? See, then that goes back to that whole that individual thinking and not group think that we need to be successful. This is what every other group understands. It ain't just about my kid; it's about our kids. So how can we best benefit our kids? And we need all of that shit. We can't be resting on the laurels because Trump throw us a bone talking about, well, we'll give you school choice. You know what I'm saying? No, nigga, we need school choice and we need funding for the hood. We need both of them. No, Biden, we can't just be talking about you giving us funding, nigga. We need school choice too. This is how we have got to approach negotiations when dealing with politics. We got to be asking for everything we need. We can't just be excited. We get excited because of the motherfucker throw us a bone, and we think that they helping us with that. No, they're not. As Stokely Carmichael said, you know what I'm saying? When 100 white kids and 100 white kids go to black schools and 100 black kids go to white schools, that's integration. But when you only have 100 black kids going to white school, that's assimilation. You know what I'm saying? We don't even understand that. We don't even understand what we be saying half the time when we be talking because we don't do enough psychological research to understand what we're talking about. This is why it's important for black people to read stuff like Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson, The Psychological Development of the Black Child by Dr. Amos Wilson, Awakening the Genius of Black Children by Dr. Amos Wilson. This is why you got to read that type of shit so you can fully understand the context and scope of what we're talking about. You see what I'm saying? If you keep putting your kids in a whole bunch of white schools, they're gonna fucking assimilate. And then once them motherfuckers assimilate, them motherfuckers ain't no good to the black community at all. Then you get Clarence Thomas. So your whole purpose, yes, that kid goes up and that kid may grow up and be successful, but that success don't ever trickle back to the goddamn black community. So then it's all for naught. Yes, that kid is successful. That's great. You know what I'm saying? But he don't see himself as a part of the larger body politic of his people. So we gotta understand all of this shit. We gotta understand all these different nuances to this subject. This is what I'm saying. Everything is not cut and dry. This or that. It's nuances and it's different caveats that we gotta take in consideration. Period.
All right, I would say this: school choice gives you the choice. One side not giving you the choice. It's that simple. I don't have to dress that up. I don't have to put the extra shenanigans on it. I don't have to do none of that. School choice better than having no choice. And that's just simple, man. And again, I will stand on that. Y'all can take y'all kids and put them in these private schools. I'm not doing that. And I don't advise any black person to just run with private schools on this pro-black initiative just to say I'm pro-black. If you're failing you should let it go. That's why I said utilitarianism always gonna supersede all that BS, man. And I'm saying,
but with the article you just read, Red said basically charter schools have some charter schools have a higher A grade. They have more charter schools with A grades and more charter schools with F grades. So you have more schools that the average public school, according to that metric, is in the middle. It's not failing, and it's not an A, and it's not an F. So again, you're picking and choosing what you want to go with. So it's And the sister just brought up other schools that are doing just as good as them. So stop just making it
It's called choice. You got a choice, Damon. What part of choice? You want to pick public schools? Boom, you got it. I'm going on charter schools, bro. Choice. It's in the very word choice.
I understand that, Jashu. But again, when you
don't understand it, you still argue.
No, I do. No, I do understand that. But what did I just say? I just told you you're still stuck on. I said we need both. You're stuck on choice, one or the other. This or that. I just told you I'm not worried about this or that. We need both of them.
But choice,
because I understand. Because I understand. Because I understand.
Whatever one you want to pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's what choice is.
That's not what I'm talking about, Jashu. I'm not talking about this picking the school. I'm talking about we need both. We need funding and we need school choice. We need both of them.
Well, you only got one on the table, man. I'm going with that one. The other one ain't on the table. This government has been punishing schools for failing for years. That's why they don't get funding, because they're failing. Now we got the choice to say, okay, we can pull our kids out these failing schools and move them elsewhere.
But Jashu, listen to what you just said. Listen to what the data said. Those schools are not getting funding because they're not black schools. A lot of the black schools in the urban areas are not getting funding because they fail it. Because most of them, a lot of them are not failing. A lot of them are in the middle. They're C grades. They're C+ grades, C- grades. They're not failing, but they're still not getting the funding. So why are they not getting the funding?
Those schools that are the ones that are being successful are getting funding. Let me give you something.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. Let's just go with the facts, bro. We don't got to do this. We don't have to go back and forth on this in Dallas because we got to stop. This is starting to become we having a pretend session here.
No, because we just read the article where it said charter schools are more charter schools have A grades. But at the same time, more charter schools have F grades. So if more charter schools have F grades and more charter schools have A grades, that means the public schools are falling more so in the middle. This is just basic common sense.
Let me get the go Google real quick. 100 failing schools. And I made my comments and I'm gonna stand on them. If I know a school failing, I'm not putting. If I got a choice, my child ain't going there, man. Dallas. I was reading this earlier while she was talking. Twice as many Fs. Dallas ISD has fewer failing schools than latest state ratings. Outline plan for fixing F-rated schools. Let me find it, man. Hold on. I'm trying to find this article. I was reading it when she was when Sheikah was on there. You know what I'm saying? But bottom line is, it's like shit. If I got a choice for, you know what I'm saying, pick the school that my child can go to, I'm gonna go with that. I mean, I don't know how anyone can have an argument against that. You know,
nobody's arguing against that.
The sister said we should not take our children out of these schools and leave their ass there. Hell to the no.
I mean, I'm not agreeing with that. I'm not. See, that's what I'm saying. It don't have to be one or the other. That's the point. I keep stressing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about. I understand my situation, and I'm going to look at my situation from my situation. But I understand other people. If we're talking about, see, this is what I'm saying. It's either we're trying to do what's best for our people as a whole or not. So if we're trying to look at things from the betterment of our people as a whole, not just ourselves, then we've got to look. We got to be that person to think about that. So that means I got to account for the sister that may be a single mom that's working 2 jobs that's catching the bus that can't get her son to no damn charter school. So we need funding for the schools that those kids have to go to too. So we can't just. That's why I said these arguments are not linear arguments. They're not red or blue, white or black. They're not we can't have these type of arguments. You see what the sister said. Even though the charter school she was sending her kid to was failing, it still served the need for her kid. So we've got to look at this shit. Is not that it's not just simple, bro. It's not that simple. Even though the grade had the grade was failing, but it served her the needs for her daughter because her daughter had a learning disability. So sometimes that failing school may be the best for your kid, predicated on your kid's situation. So we have got to. That's why I said dealing with kids is not a cookie cutter thing. There's a lot of factors that goes into this shit. So that's what I'm trying to say. We can't, when it comes to stuff like this, we can't be this or that. Now, some of these situations like abortion, we can say you're for it or you're against it. Or immigration, you're for it or against it. But when it comes to children and learning, it's so many factors. You got kinesthetic learners, auditory learners, visual learners. You got kids that learn differently, that may need different needs and different stimuli to achieve. And you got to find the school that accommodates that. It ain't just about it being a public or charter. It's about I need a school that's going to deal with this. So it ain't that cut and dry, man.
And the sister also said that it's not performance, it's attendance that gives them funding. So I'm looking that up too, because I remember that was a case in Mississippi. They was getting ready to shut schools down because they underperformed and stopped sending money to them. And they were trying to go to those white schools, and those white parents wasn't having that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what she's talking about. So it's the source. I'm trying to find it. Schools.
No, I mean, attendance does play a factor in that shit. That's the reason why motherfuckers be if your kid misses a certain amount of days, the truancy officer will show up at your motherfucking house.
Yeah, I know that they get money from the state because of attendance. But
Yeah.
if your school is underperforming, doesn't that affect your funding? And that's what, because from my understanding, states cut they cut funding to schools that underperform, that are failing.
Mm-hmm. That's why you got to get your. That's what them supposed. Initially, that's what those performance tests was supposed about, the stars and the TAS test and all that shit. That's originally what it was supposed to be for, an assessment of the overall cognitive abilities of the children. You see what I'm saying? For funding purposes. Then it became, over time, it became like, if you can have straight A's, but if you flunk that damn test, your ass don't go to the next grade.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
in the state of Texas, when I was going there, we had TAKS, TAKS, and well, you probably know about that because you in Texas.
Yeah.
And that was like what, 75% of your grade or something like that. I can't remember the exact percentage.
See, when I took it, because I'm older, when I took it, it was just an assessment test. Like, they was like, it don't got nothing to do with you passing or failing. Nigga, you can fail that bitch and you still go to the next grade if your grades, if you're passing. Now this is some new shit with the whole, if you don't pass that bitch, your ass don't advance to the next grade. That's some new shit. So
yeah, everything rolled on that TAKS test, man.
But that's why I said you got to go read the OBE Skinnerian curriculum. It talks about the outcome-based education. That's what the test is like. That's why I say you got to go read the book. It's called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. Charlotte Iserbyt used to be a part of the secretary. She used to be, I think, the third in charge of the Secretary of Education under the Reagan administration. I think she's like third in command. You know what I'm saying? So you got to go read the book. You got to go read her pamphlet, which is the OBE Skinnerian curriculum, and The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. You got to go read both of them motherfuckers. And she talks about that. She talks about computer learning, how they was experiment with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Instant gratification. She break all that shit down. I may not be articulate to explain it right, so that's why I'm just telling you, go read the book for yourself. Another good book to read is called The Leipzig Connection. You see what I'm saying? And it talks about how our educational system goes back to the German education system, which is, anyway, with Wilhelm Wundt and all those people. And just go read it, who John Dewey was, the creator of the Dewey Decimal System, who he was, how he was a humanist. And Anyway, so just go check the stuff, check those three things out, and I think you'll find the shit interesting.
I think I found it. They call it performance funding. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, performance funding means that some portion of funding is allocated to schools based on how well students perform academically. Shit, I know I wasn't going crazy, man.
Yeah, everybody know that.
No, but the sister jumped out the window talking about some they don't get funding through performance.
Oh yeah, well, she said that she tripping. But that's why I said. But then now you see why I was saying when I said was some of these schools are not passing. They're not great, and some of them are not bad. They just kind of like C school. Those schools, it should be funding poured into a school that's a C school to help it become a B school. You see what I'm saying? You kind of see what I'm saying. That's why I say with some of these schools are not bad. They're just not good either. You see what I'm saying? And so some of these schools they just need. They may need just to update their curriculum, update their books, update, you see what I'm saying, more funding so they can get better teachers, you know what I'm saying, a better teacher here and there, and they might go from a C to a goddamn A. We don't know, you know what I'm saying, but those schools need funding. So that's why I was trying to make the correlation to, yeah, you got charter schools maybe performing on a higher level, you know what I'm saying, but you got charter schools failing on a higher level. So a lot of these public schools are falling in the middle. A lot of these public schools are not bad. They just not good either. They just kind of, so you kind of got to go to that school. If you live in that school, you need to go to that school and see, okay, my child is dyslexic. What do you have for dyslexia students? And that school that's a C school may fit your child perfect because they may have a program for that. If you got a super smart kid, like the brother said, if you got a super smart kid, that charter school that's in your community, I'm talking about for the sister that may not have a car to get get her kid to this top of the line charter school. She may be able to say, okay, this charter school may not have an advanced program for my kid. My son is smart as hell in math. He need to be in advanced classes. Well, this school that's a C may have advanced classes for her son to be in, like he said, in calculus in 10th grade. You see what I'm saying? So you got to look at the individual needs of the kid. You know what I'm saying? So that's all.
Sheikah said everyone has fewer failing schools because Texas finally recognized progress. It gets the school operating right when active parents keep their children in neighborhood schools. I don't know. Are you advocating that we keep our children in these schools just because they in a neighborhood that shit right there is ludicrous to me? Because I don't care where it's located at. If it's failing, my children ain't gonna be in there. And I think we all should have that mind state. But I can't speak for the majority, so I'm gonna speak for myself. You feel me? It's called being a utilitarian. What benefits us? And it's not gonna benefit us sticking their ass in these damn schools that have poor performance. What else?
I agree with that.
She said it also raises the property value. What raises the property value?
But I think that, but I do think it adds to the nuance that we had talked about before, Jashu. Home ownership is the first step to wealth building, right? So now most of the people that live in the inner city, in the hood, are renters, right? So now a renter has no allegiance to the school, the house that they live in, none of that, right? So now, part of buying back the block, I told you what we got dudes doing with the whole Trill Initiative deal is basically putting people in a rent to own, lease to own situation with the homes. So now, when you're doing that and finding black buyers, so say your grandmother, you don't want to live in the hood, your sisters don't want to live in the hood, but your grandmother got a house in the hood. We find a buyer that has a job. You see what I'm saying? That helps find basically a working class brother or sister to buy that home. What does that do? It starts increasing home ownership in the hood, right? As you increase home ownership in the hood, the people have a vested interest in the community. So now, because they're going to live there, they're going to be there for the next 20, 30 years or whatever. They have a vested interest in the community. once the people have a vested interest in the community, you're gonna see the change in the community. The yards be kept, the houses are updated, the things start happening, and then now you got people that sending their kids to these schools. Now these people that are working class people that work for UPS, that work for FedEx, that work, you know what I'm saying, the drive truck. Now these people are gonna go to. These are the type of people that's gonna go to school and be like, hey, what the hell is going on with my son? What's going on with my daughter? And now because you got people holding these teachers and this the administration for that school accountable, now before you know it, the bar gets raised. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of what the sister's saying, that about not leaving. I don't think she means the people that's just renting a house that's gonna be gone to the other side of town next year when the when the lease is up. She's talking about the people that own homes. If people start buying homes in the hood, you know what I'm saying? Those people have a vested interest to hold that school system accountable, and then they start raising the academic standards in the community. So I think that's what the sister's saying.
I mean, of course, I agree with buying back the block. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to agree with staying in the damn felon ass school. Like I don't care what nobody say to that school.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I think you're making the assumption. That's why I keep going back to that point that a lot of the schools are not failing; they're just middle of the pack. But if you stay in the community, you know what I'm saying? If just say you an HVAC dude, you have 3 kids. I know you're gonna be up their ass. They're gonna be like, oh my God, here come this nigga Jashuv again. You see what I'm saying? And so, guess what? If it's you, me, James, Yashar, Jeremiah, the sister Sheikah, if we all going to the school, guess what's gonna happen? Shit gonna start changing because 10, 15, 20 of us we at them parent teacher conferences. We finding out what the school need. We trying to figure out what's going on, and now the standards of the school raises. That's what she's saying. She's not saying that.
But we don't have like in these areas that we're talking about. Like she mentioned Oak Cliff, South Dallas, and so on and so forth. We don't have that overwhelming parental support because many of our children are born to single mother homes and they not involved. You understand? So if they don't have a parent, then what? You're going to keep supporting it. Okay, the school is failing. There is no parental support. I'm pulling my kid out of there and go and find that place that has all those things. I'm not going to keep struggling with that.
No, I mean, I understand that. No, again, I think that's again. I totally agree with you, but I'm just trying to say, give both sides of the coin. That I think that not a school that's failing. That's different. But I think, like I said, a lot of these schools are not failing. They're just not the best. And I think that we could raise, some of those schools can be raised with just 10, 20 people. You know what I'm saying? And it'll just take a little grassroots work.
I own a home in South Dallas. Do you make up majority of the populace of the black community in Dallas? If the answer is no, then it doesn't matter if you own a home in South Dallas. How many black homeowners are in South Dallas? Then we can have that talk. You understand? We don't have that many, bruh. We don't. It's that simple. People always want to give the exception to the rule as an argument. That don't fucking work. It don't.
Yeah. You can't use the exception as the rule.
Yeah. Shit is crazy, man. And then she said school performance makes property value go up because buyers, and I agree with that. A person want to buy a property where a school is doing well because they ain't gonna have children. If they have children, they want their kids to do well. I mean, that's common sense. That's how other people think. You know what I'm saying? We don't think like that. You know, for the most part, we look at school as fucking 8-hour daycare. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, the mindset got to be fucking changed. It got to be changed.
Yeah, and it take that's where grassroots come in. It's gonna take a grassroots effort. It's not gonna be something that happens overnight. It's gonna be a grassroots.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why we be.
It's hard to get our people to go into the education field because next thing we're gonna be like, we need more black teachers and professors and you know, principals and whatnot. But as the show I did last week showed, majority of those degrees that cater to education and art don't pay that fucking much. So it would not behoove me to make or tell black people to go into those fields. We don't need to go into those fields. We don't make that much money in those fields. Not right now. We under the poverty line right now. We need to be focusing on the highest paying degrees that are in STEM. You know what I'm saying? Pharmaceutical science, molecular geneticists, computer science, computer programming, IT infrastructure, so on and so forth, stuff like that. So it's like one of them decisions where it's okay, we need more of our people represent the education sector, but we can't do that right now. We need to focus on what's going to give us the most economic growth, and it's going to be STEM. STEM. We're going to send these kids to school, they're going for STEM. You said teachers start at 50,000. She said to counter that, she said teachers start at 50,000. Well, you ain't gonna make six figures. I'll tell you that right now. And when we did the study, the average teacher is what, in between 30 and 40,000. I'm going off memory, but we looked at the chart. We talking about majority of black people, not just in Dallas. Majority of black people make that much. Jay Freeway says it can't be about the money. God damn it, it's about the money. Because we impoverished.
Yeah, it got to be about the money. It got to be about the money. But I would like to say, where teachers may not make a lot of money, they do have certain programs that can allow people that are teachers to buy homes and stuff like that. They got the teacher next door programs and stuff like that. That where teachers get certain benefits, even though they may not make the money. I forgot the discount that they get on the house. If my memory serves, they get like a third off the house. You know what I'm saying? So if the house is $150,000, they get $50,000 off the house just for being a teacher if they go through the teacher next door program. You see what I'm saying? So those things are helpful. So even though the teacher may not make a lot of money, you know what I'm saying? She can take the steps. Like I said, home ownership is the first step to wealth creation, and she could, they could use that to buy a house and stuff. So I mean, it's programs. They got a lot of programs for teachers.
Yeah, but that's like crumbs, because I rather get a degree in computer science and maximize my time in a 4-year college and get an undergrad and start off making six figures. I can just go buy my own damn house. I don't need a program. Go get a loan.
I agree. I agree. Now, again, I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is for the people who may not have the proficiency in computer science. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I always push for the top, but I also understand that everybody's not going to be able to reach that standard. This is what I'm saying. When I was saying we can't have a this or that situation. The people that can't meet the standard of maybe being a computer scientist, a computer engineer, a software developer, or things of that nature, those people can be teachers. You see what I'm saying? And you use those people to build up the kids that's going to be computer scientists, if that makes any sense. So we need them all. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying we don't need them all. I'm saying what we need to focus on now is those high-paying degrees. If we're going to promote college and promote education, that should be the target. The target should be STEM.
I agree with that.
All our kids
I agree with that.
STEM. From a child, we need to be nurturing them in science, technology, engineering, and math from a child when they're young.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, you should have nothing but science magazines in your damn house, not Ebony and Jet. And, you know what I'm saying? You should have science magazines in your house, technology magazines in your house. You know what I'm saying? So
we overrepresent. We read last week. We overrepresent the education and art degrees. Black people overrepresent them, and they're lowest paying wages when in the lowest paying degrees.
Yep.
That's just a fact. We aim low. We got to start aiming high, man.
Because a lot of times, though, we don't want to be on like some of these cases. In some cases, the child be the first motherfucker to go to college. You know, in their family. So the mom, the dad don't even know what to tell them to go to school for.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And so they just tell them, well, shoot. They just happy to be able to say, my daughter in college, my son in college. They just happy to say that. They not realizing that your son going to school to get a degree in damn music.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That don't translate, or they're going to school to get something general like business. You know what I'm saying? That going to school for going to get a degree in something like business is good if you already have a trade. Like Jashu going to school because Jashu does HVAC, right? If he went to school and got a degree in business, it would serve him well because he can open up his own business. He can do this, and he would have the expertise. He would have the hands-on expertise and I guess you could say the education to run a business effectively. So that degree would serve him well, or somebody that's a plumber or somebody like that. That would serve them well, or barber. You see what I'm saying? That would serve them well. But a person coming out of high school without a trade or skill, that's kind of pointless. People don't usually hire that. What?
He's stepping on some toes, man.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to say it nice. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say it nice but I mean, like I said, we read the stats the last time. So I mean, they might not like what I say, but the reality is that's what it is. You see what I'm saying? I'm not poo-pooing on nobody. You know what I'm saying? But these are things that we as a people got to correct. You know what I mean? You know, we got to be pushing skills and trade unless they have a scholarship or something like that. That's different. But coming out of high school, we got to be pushing them to get a trade or skill, and then top that off with a degree.
Look, the Israelite community is insane, man. Look, he said the lowest paying does not matter. What do you have passion for? No, we don't. You don't go to school for a hobby or a passion, man. We the only people that think like that. Go to school for your hobby and passion. Oh, I like to play drums.
Can I say something?
Yeah, that don't make no sense.
Can I say something? You know,
yeah.
I love the conversation and everything, man, but it's almost as if we're speaking in the past. We're speaking from a position that existed at a time before where we're standing in now. Right now, it just doesn't really, to me, make sense that we're spending and investing a lot of brain power contemplating on, I guess, trying to figure this spot out and make it cool and comfortable, to ultimately, I guess, become autonomous. I don't think that's a new idea. If you look up the word stale idea, this right here, this concept literally fits it. I ain't trying to be, a party pooper or Bible thumper or nothing, but it is true that we are in a specific time, and we should kind of try to think about that and consider if this place doesn't actually work out as a sustainable country anymore for people, which, it happens sometimes for a lot of different empires. And if it does happen for this one, which a lot of the biblical believers believe that it will happen, some believe that it is already, shouldn't we be thinking, or at least having a second option also along with these conversations that we're having about, education and picking our people up by the bootstraps and all that stuff, like that's option A. But then, as we mentioned that, and then on the second hand, like if this place does fall, or people doesn't really want to be here, right, let's start talking about that other option and, leaving, as saying, such as like leaving, because the people that existed before us, and I'm talking about brothers that was have minds like we do right now, and that sat around and contemplated, in the fashion of a think tank like we're doing right now. They didn't come up with these solutions. These wasn't what they were thinking. They were thinking, saying a lot more largely dynamic when it came down to making moves towards the Black people. And it wasn't actually like, hey, let's get better teachers, or hey, let's try to get a better school. Like, that's cool and all that, if this place is going to last a long time. But if it's a bad place for us to be in and we have an opportunity to leave, we should be thinking like people like Marcus Garvey was, You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's just leave. Because the problem is that the problem is that we're living as a POW state of being, and some of us want to try to work our way out of that acknowledgement of that existence, and that boat can float for only certain special individuals. But then when you get down to people like me, I'm gonna let you know I'm intelligent, but I'm probably only intelligent in things that I'm interested in, and that's comes down to be evident in my life. Things that I'm not interested in, I suck at. And learning what these people are teaching in schools, like algebras and economics and legislations and all that, I'm not interested. I'm just not interested, because some of us are royal people, and we are resurrected back on earth, and we just don't work and coexist with this place. Schooling doesn't work, because as soon as I go there, I'm already pissed off that somebody even required me to be here. That made me angry, and I resented school because they even wanted me there. And then when they forced me to listen to what they had to say, I was infuriated, and I resented those people for that. And there was a lot of people that actually falls in that same type of pattern. And it's because we're royal. Some of us is, and we're not meant to work. And that's a big problem, because nobody wants to speak about that people. And there's a lot of us that like that. You look at them and say, the books is for the hooks. You feel me? And we will be dismissive and turning a blind eye and being dishonest to try to say that is not a proliferated mind state amongst our people. And it's not because we're lazy, and it's not because we're rebellious. Yes, you know what I'm saying, we got them attributes, but that's just towards our God.
No, brother, I disagree there. Black people lazy as hell. You know,
we're not lazy. Some of us is not made to work. That's a fact. Well, man, listen, I used to get a job, man. I used to get jobs all the time. And I'm trying to tell you, I thought that I was putting in major work. You know what every employer I ever had said? They said, you do a real good job, but you do it very, 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 very slow. They said, you're the worst employee that we have. And I got that everywhere I went. Even when I thought that I was doing like fantastic, I was like, man, I'm probably the best employee here. That same day, I'll say that to myself. Will be the same day. Man, the Most High know I ain't lying on the Shabbat. That'll be the same day the dude tap me on my shoulder, my boss, and say, ultimately, he'll say, man, you suck. You're the worst employee I got. And I'll be like, dang, man. I'm like, what is up with me? And then I start reading the Bible, and I realize, like, man, some of us is made to rule. I'm made to tell people what to do. Okay. That's what I'm made for.
So like we brought out on last week's show, the harder you work with your brain, the less you work with your hands. So if you don't want to do servile work, then the best thing for our people to do, take their ass to school and dominate one of these degrees, especially STEM. You know what I'm saying? Then you don't have to work as hard as your hands. You don't have to clock in at 8 o'clock or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And work these servile jobs. That's what we got to do, but we don't want to go that route. You don't want to take your ass to school, complete 4 years, and be done with it, and land a job or start a firm or get in a field where you don't have to do all that hard ass work, and you can just excel just using your brain.
Well, you know, I feel you, and I ain't even gonna lie. You are 100% on point, and it would be hard for me to try to contest what you're saying. And you know what I'm saying, to be honest. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, no, I really don't want to go to school. No. And it is a bummer for somebody to sit there and put that on me and make it to where that's the only way that I can survive, is if I got to go through some type of motion that is just time consuming and strenuous. You know, so what I did, I just ended up running my own business. You know what I mean? It ain't that dope. But you can go that route. But with the way that things are made and how the system is set up, you're going to have an overhead. You know what I mean? That's going to make it to where, like, no matter what you're doing in any business, you're going to have an overhead that makes it to where you still are. It's like a hustle. You're living still one step away from total poverty. If you make one like me, if I make the wrong move, everything is going to be a chain reaction. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well,
Can you see the screen?
I think you gotta first understand. Okay, go ahead, shoot. Go over the degrees right quick.
We brought this up last week. African Americans college majors and earnings. I believe this is done by who did the study? Georgetown University, I think. Yeah, Georgetown University. And look, I'm just going to read this. I'm going to let Damon get it. Then I'm going to cover it. I'm going to cover it more in detail. So African Americans tend to be overrepresented in low earning majors. And that usually tends to be dealing with art and education. So the lowest earning majors for African Americans dealing with early childhood education, human services and the community organization, area ethnic and civilization studies, family consumer sciences, drama, theater arts, miscellaneous industrial arts and consumer services, social work, physical fitness, park, recreation and leisure, theology and religious vocation, philosophy and religious studies. We overrepresent these degrees here. We got to get the hell away from these degrees and start coming up here. General engineering, computer science, even nursing is even high up on the list. Civil engineering, computer engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, chemical engineering, industrial manufacturing engineering, pharmacy, pharmaceutical sciences, and administration. You understand? So, and these are what black people are getting degrees in and making the most money in. So you can't make that excuse. Oh, they're not hiring black people. Yeah, they are.
I did. I got my A+ certification in computer science. I actually, like I said, I told you I went through a charter high school for 3 years. You know what I mean? And that's what I studied was computer science. And I can break down a computer and build one up from, you know what I mean? And, say I can defrag somebody's hard drive. I can pull up information that you then erased. I could do all these things, but I couldn't get employed.
All right,
so I ended up just, you know what I mean, working in the mechanic field when in the construction field, and that stuff right there was for the birds.
I think that, like I said,
that's what put you in bad health, man.
First of all, our ancestors were interested. Our ancestors were into talking about what me and you talking about. You can read Up From Slavery by Booker T. Washington, and Booker T. Washington was pushing the STEM hard. As a matter of fact, a lot of these other countries, even like China, you know what I'm saying, a lot of those Asian countries, they got their concept of pushing STEM on their people. You know what I'm saying? By reading reading the works of Booker T. Washington, they got their whole concept from Booker T. Washington. That's why they push STEM on their people. That's why they push science, technology, engineering, and math on their people. That's why you see a lot of.
Oh, he dropped out. There you go. Hey, Damien, you dropped off.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
No, I said a lot of these East Asian countries, India and the Asian countries. That's why you see them highly represented as doctors and engineers. Google gives a lot of visas to Indian engineers. You know what I'm saying, to come over here and do engineering work for them. So these are the things that we got to start going back into and dominate, because it was our forefather Booker T. Washington who was the first to start pushing and advocating for the STEM. So we got to get back to these concepts that are rooted in us. Most of this stuff is rooted in. Most of these people ain't inventing nothing new. These concepts were created by us. You know what I'm saying? And then these other people read our works, adopt it, and then they implement it, and it works. So
right,
this stuff works. The concept of what Jashu was talking about, it works. It helps create a successful group. You see what I'm saying? And so
exactly,
you can see the economics in these other communities. You can see the economics that they possess, predicated on a philosophical construct that one of our own created that we refuse to implement. Because we got off into the
Well,
arts. When you can see that in the early Harlem Renaissance. You know what I'm saying? When they fell victim to being overrepresented by the arts, and people giving credit to people like Arturo Schomburg and all those people doing what they call the Harlem Renaissance. They were pushing the arts. So that's where we got this emphasis on arts as a major, and a lot of people were pushing back against that. Even people like the boys were pushing back against that. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people were pushing back. Bishop Henry McNeil Turner was pushing against that. Booker T was pushing against that.
well,
Shoot, a lot of our leaders were pushing back against the arts. That whole concept of pushing the arts on us as a form of education. You know what I'm saying? But the money were backing the people that were backing that movement to push.
my bad.
Hey, Damon, I want to address what Sheikah said because I agree with her. She said we need more black educators. The average teacher is a 30-something white woman, and 80% of admin are white. I agree. We do need more black educators. The problem is we're not making no money in those fields. So until we can get the money situation solved first, where a lot of our community is affluent, then we address that. We can't address that and be broke. Nah. We need to go into those degrees where we can make the most out of it, never out of those degrees. You see what I'm saying?
None.
Right now, it's not
I'm not. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying right now, it's not an option for us to target these degrees. And we already overrepresent those degrees that have the lowest payouts, which deal with art and education. You understand? She also said, which is why black students can be 1/3 of the population, but a half of the disciplined population. This is called
bye, y'all. My bad, man.
okay. Half of the disciplined population. That is called what is it? The school to prison pipeline. And I understand that that's actually real. That's something that affects our children the most. They do write them up for detention, ISS, and out of school suspension, disproportionately affecting Black Americans. And we do need to resolve that. But right now, like I said, if we're going to go to school, we're going to spend 4 years of our children's lives and our lives. We should do it towards something that's going to be more beneficial and have a higher payout, and then address that. You know what I'm saying? According to the panel, teachers would not make enough money. I'm just keeping it real, man. You're not going to be able to make enough money to do all of the extravagant things that we want to do with the reparation of our nation. You can vote for higher teacher salaries. Why haven't we done that? Because we brought up Dallas, and majority of them are Black voters are Democratic. And have they voted in favor of that? You know what I'm saying? Since we can vote for higher salaries, where's that option at, and who's voting for it? Right? Like we look at it. I'm looking at things that are on the table. If it's not on the table, it's just a thought. Like HR 40 reparations package, that's just a thought right now. That's not something that's really on the table and feasible and obtainable. You know what I mean? A Unity says we as a community can create community kickbacks for our teachers. That's true, but as a community, we need money now, don't we? And I think the best way to amass wealth, because a lot of these high-paying jobs, six-figure jobs, the prerequisite for those jobs is a college degree. Boy Blue says, I think that means we need to know more about local voting. I agree.
Yeah.
Sheikah says they remove them from instruction and then wonder why there's an achievement gap. And when they go for STEM majors, they can barely compete or don't compete. That's not true. We don't have enough of our people going into these STEM majors. That's the problem. We got too many. Sheikah, do you understand that we got too many of our people going into arts and education? I put the chart up. We overrepresent. Let me bring it back up. African Americans tend to be overrepresented in low earning majors. You know what that means? Too many of our people that are going to school are going for these degrees that don't have that much of a ROI, return on their investment. And
Right, right. That's real.
That's why black people.
I know a lot of people that go to college, and they go to college to try to study in something that has something to do with getting some type of studio experience.
Yeah.
You feel me? And I'm like, so you want to be a rapper? I'm like, you trying to go to the college so you can chase a rap dream?
Yeah.
I said, and I'm talking about, I didn't seen it on too many different occasions to where I'm like, hey, I think they're talking about those people who's trying to be those rappers. Come through, learn how to, you know what I mean, work the works on a mixer or something. But I'm like, dang, man. It's just crazy that you said that, because I know about a lot of people that study that.
Right, go to school for radio or something like that. It's sound engineering, and like, nah, bro, what's wrong with you?
Right. Because we always sitting around here trying to be a rapper or a musician or an actor or a football player.
Right. I'm on Glassdoor. I'm on Glassdoor.com, and I'm looking at computer science salaries. The lowest they pay is $63,000, and the average is $92,000 a year, and the highest is $134,000 a year. So, yeah, I'm going to advocate for a computer science job before I do advocate an art and education job. You understand? Because our people are not affluent. It's just that simple. And we need these type of fields, and dominating these type of fields, especially technocracy, in order to obtain that affluency. You understand? So
why not try to aim for trying to have a school that teaches our people how to rule their own country from scratch? Why we got to keep on trying to figure out how we're going to fit our Lego into this little system of blocks when we can sit here and go and start our own block? Like for real though, man. And if you want to start something from here, start that. Start trying to figure out how you can institute that situation. Instead of, you know what I mean, like, and if it could take some college classes and some vocational training or whatever to build this structure and implement it the way that you're imagining it, you know what I mean? Cool. But it got to be bigger than just, you know what I mean, trying to get go to school and get something going there, man. Like literally, you're talking to me right now. Like I am the last guy that is eligible to go play around like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just the last dude. Honestly, like what are we gonna do about like something for real? Because you know, you got people that can make money, and we can put our money together. It may not be a whole lot, and it may not be the best thing going, but you know, Pastor Porkchop got it. He got a certain type of institution to where he got it set up to where he's pulling in Skrill Bill. You feel me? Why can't we do the same thing? And why can't it be biblically based? Why don't we think that way? Why can't we make our God happy as we think about trying to do these type of things to become Unitarian? I forgot the word that you're
utilitarian.
Utilitarian. You know what I'm saying? Why we trying to become autonomous and utilitarian? You know, let's be realistic when it comes to the Bible also. You know, let's not leave that out. And let's not leave out the main focuses, which is to get up out of here, man. Because that should be everybody that we speak to. That should be the information that they are left with. Is like, and this is all to be leaving. Not to be sitting here. This is a burning house. Why do you want to stay and build inside of a burning house? This is not a good spot. There's too many things historically and presently that's letting you know, and it's tipping any person that's being aware about what's going on around them, that this is a rigged system. Something's up. With the abortion clinics and the birth controls and all this stuff, and the filthy, display of blackness, quote unquote, I'm saying, that we're getting bombarded on by television and music. It's weird to sit here and just like not pay attention to that, and to not try to build something to lead.
I think we have a defeatist attitude. That's what's going on. Like, well, we can't excel in computer science, so why try? Well, we can't do cybersecurity, so why try? Well, we can't do engineering jobs. We don't have enough grades. That's what the sister's saying. Our grades are too bad to get into these schools, and which goes into my earlier argument. That's why we should have the choice to take them out of these failing schools and put them in successful schools so they have a better chance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I just like this.
That's fine. But what about us right now? Like I hear you about our kids, and my oldest kid is only 5. So, we talking about something that's going to be happening 13 years from now. You know what I mean? That I'm going to be probably, engaging in. I'm talking about like, what can you start doing with your hands building towards your kingdom? And I'm not talking about
anybody can go to school, brother. Anybody can go to school right now. Anybody can go to school. My wife,
right. And I've never spoken against that.
And cybersecurity, right? You know,
correct.
Some high payout. So we ain't got to worry about college debt because she's gonna make all that money back within the first year of her employment. It's 4 years of your life. We waste 4 years of our life doing other bullshit. We waste 4 years of your life working at 7-Eleven, Walmart, and all these servile jobs. You don't want to take 4 years of your life and get an undergrad degree and make some good money? I mean, this shit is easy to me. And now we live in the era of information. You got smartphones, you got all these, all this technology that helps you study better. You can get your math right, man. You can go on YouTube and get your math right.
Yeah, but after you get all that going, after you get all that going, where are you going to aim that energy?
Well,
where are you going to take all that momentum, and where are you going to apply that to?
Well,
that's what I'm trying to say.
We talk about restoration of the Black community,
but that's what I'm saying. So how?
We got to start with education, because education is a great equalizer, and we can start making more money and more funding, so we're able to fund our own school system, like we bring it out. So we're able to fund these things that can address our psychological disorders, right?
Or you can set up a pastor pork chop situation and just pull in people's money that already exists now and make moves today. Bump all that, bump all that stuff, because that's not even the way the world works. People don't do that. People talk you out of your money. That's what they do. And if you can make people feel obligated by their God to drop ducats in your direction, figure it out, and you get that money.
Yeah, but our people already do that. Our people already attend church in high numbers and give their money to these pastors, and that hasn't yielded any results. I'm trying to give autonomy to the people.
That's because it's going. That's because it's going.
Do college.
That's because it goes to the lowest. That's because it goes to the lowest degree of person. You feel me? That goes to the lowest degree of person. That dude right there is a treasoner. That dude right there is a sugar daddy. He's whack. If we talking about going and funneling that money into dudes like us that keeps the law, statutes, and commandments, that knows that we supposed to be helping out the poor, the fatherless.
All right, let me play this clip real quick. Battle Axe requested this plays. I'm gonna play it. Share my screen. Dr. Claude Anderson, see what he got to say. Let me get this off the screen.
I'm telling you, man. If I was in control of everybody's brain,
hold on, brother. Hold on real quick. Let's play this real quick.
All right. And being in prison. How many Asians you can find in American prisons? They ain't gonna be in there. But 51% of your prisoners will be black because blacks don't have any businesses and industries. There's a direct link. Blacks won't practice group economics. Black won't practice group politics. If you don't practice, you set yourself up. I told that 5-story building, you set yourself to get wiped out. Understand the nature of racism, which is economics. If you build the first floor, it's economic. Build your businesses and your industries. Control business and industry, and that pulls in your money. And hold that money. And practice group economics with it. Arab and Asian money bounces 12 or 13 times what leads. Jewish money bounces 18 times. Black folk got to learn how to practice group economics. Black Americans spend every penny they get outside their own community. Then you take the money and the wealth that you get from that first floor and go to the second floor. The second floor is politics. You then take that money on the first floor and you control your politics. Black folk must quit allowing people to tell them to go out and vote. Vote for what? Nobody's going to do anything for black folk in politics. Politics is controlled by money. Major corporations got the money. That's what controls politics. If you have no money, you have no say-so, you have no benefits coming. So you take your money and you control, and you take your money on the first floor, you buy every politician on the second floor. And any politician you can't buy, you rent or lease them to get what you need. Then once you get the second floor under control with the politician, with your money, then you go to the third floor. The third floor then is the police department and the court system. You take your money from the first floor and your politics on the second floor, and you control the court system and the police departments. Then the fourth floor, then is media. You then take the money that you generate off the first floor from business and industries, and you go after radio stations, TV stations, newspapers, and cable systems, so that you can now inform and communicate with your own people. Right now, black folk only control less than 35 thousandths of 1% of the media in the United States. Out of 12,000 radio stations, black folk own about 75, 80. That's all. You own no cable systems. You don't have a daily newspaper. You have nothing of importance. You got about one black TV station. And so you can't communicate with your people. You can't inform your people. You can't do anything. You have Rush Limbaugh and all the rest of the guys talking about racism all day long and bad mouthing and O'Reilly. They can call black folk all kind of names all day long. What are you going to do? You can't respond. You can't communicate with your own people because you don't have an economic base. 51% of all the prisoners in the United States are black people. You only make up 12% of the population. That's no accident. It's because you don't control the economics and the politics. And they're going to go after the weakest people they get their hands on to incarcerate. That's the black folk. And what are you going to do in response to them? When they incarcerate you, you're going to go out and have a march, a demonstration. We're going to march. March, but who cares? Marching, they never changed anything.
That was powerful. And it all starts with economics, man, like we've been saying. So take your ass to school and get one of these high-paying degrees.
See, listen though, not everybody is thinking that it has nothing to do with economics. Nobody is saying, like I already said, you're right. I agree with you 100%. But there's levels to this game. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to say the level that that exists after this whole concept of this economics that you're talking about, because that's a long shot what he just said, and honestly it can be acquired easily without that. Farrakhan did the same thing. They got the whole little Muslim newspaper and all that stuff, and they did that stuff. It has nothing to do with it with all this Scientology and anything like that, man. Like, it can be done without that. Like, I'm hearing you, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool, man. For all those that can do that, if you can stay focused in school and you can, go through them ropes, man, all power to you, man. But it is some of us, man. I'm trying to tell you, man, I'm not that type of dude. That's not happening, man.
Right, but that's not utilitarian. Utilitarian does what's best for the people, the majority of the people. And what's best for the majority of the people is that we target these fields. Even that black billionaire said black people should focus on technocracy because that's the new wave. All the employment and all the upward mobility and economic growth is going through technocracy, cybersecurity, computer science, IT, infrastructure, all of these things. You know what I'm saying? So,
but one of the things that dude missed out.
Hold on, brother.
My bad.
Hold on, brother.
My bad.
Just the cold facts. Now, it's not a personal attack on you. It's just saying what can be done for us as a whole to help us get out of this goddamn situation we're in. You're on the bottom of statistically on everything.
And the piggyback off that, we talk about this all the time. We got to find something that we could dominate, a field that we could dominate that implies that we can push on our children that will encompass a little bit of everything, and that would be infrastructure management. Infrastructure management will, every city in every state, every county has to have infrastructure upkeep, buildings, roads, bridges, sewers, canals, all kinds of stuff. That takes all of that. Planning, engineering, software development, everything. It takes skilled trades of welders, crane operators, HVAC. For the buildings, it takes all of that. So it'll be a common. That's the one thing that no ethnic group is dominated to this particular point. And if we focus on dominating and pushing, if our kid does not want to go to college, they got to get a skill and trade and something that's going to be involved in infrastructure management. They need to be going. They need to be trying to be a welder. They need to be doing something of that nature. If they're not, they need to be doing what Jashu said. They need to be trying to go get a degree in cybersecurity, software development, IT. They need to be doing so that way we can have this one field that we dominate, because every city has got to have it. And if we're the people the group that specialize in it, just like the Arabs, they have their gas stations. The East Indians have their motels and hotels. Okay. You see what I'm saying? The Hispanics do the yard work. We have got to find something that we can dominate. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that we can dominate easy.
All right, and I hear you on that, but this doesn't sound like an idea that is fresh to anybody. Like, this is obvious. Me, myself, I've been hearing this same old song, I think, since I've been in existence. That's all I've heard, at least since I've been inside schools. Is this the same old? This is the same old. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps. You know what I mean? But now all you're saying is you better figure it out smartly now. Because, you know what I'm saying, there's some things that you're gonna do, you ain't gonna make no money, and there's gonna be some things where you're gonna make a lot. You better focus on those ones. And I'm like, man, that's a no-brainer. Everybody knows that. You might as well just tell everybody to go be a mason. Literally, start being bricklayer. That's the highest paid occupation. Bricklayer. Tell them, hey, everybody, be a bricklayer. But then watch how many people is gonna actually be able to get employed as a bricklayer. It ain't going to be as much as actually goes into that department. And that's what they're complaining about. They're saying people are going to colleges, getting these masters and degrees, and they don't even be able to get a job. And then they owe the school all this money in tuition. And these people are they're in a rut. They end up going bankrupt, all kinds of stuff, man. Like, you're talking as if you're not living in America in the current day. I understand what you guys are saying, and I'm 100% with what you're saying. But it's a time and a place for everything. And what you're saying is stale. Everybody already knows about this. You're not telling anybody nothing new. What is new? Do you got a new plan? Do you have you ever seen IUIC? Them cats over there, them dudes are getting rich. They're taking big trips, cruises and stuff for the whole posse. Yeah, hundreds of these cats, and I'm like, and that is, man, I'm trying to tell you, man, whatever that you're talking about, it's happening already right there, and it's happening through the Most High. The Most High is proving to you, like, you can keep on talking about trying to build you some type of little small oasis in the middle of Timbuktu, Kentucky, but they're like, or you can look at the other example and see that these people are getting rich. Have you seen them dudes making their rap videos with gigantic pieces of gold on their necks? These dudes are getting rich. Figure it out, man.
Yeah, but IUIC is a bad. I came from IUIC. That's a bad example. They're
doing it through God. They're telling their people, do you believe in God? They'll say, uh-huh. They'll tell the Mexicans, hey, you're quote, wink, wink, you're Israel. You believe in God? They say, yeah. They say, hey, well, you look at this scripture right here. It actually says,
He hustled. They hustled
You ought to break down. You ought to kick in, and they say gladly, and they give them the money gladly. Do. Watch their videos. You see it. They just constantly getting chipped.
I know.
And you're like, and it's literally mind-boggling to sit there and like, it's almost like if anybody's living in California and you're trying to talk somebody into doing any other business other than growing marijuana. If you say, hey man, we ought to start a business, try to mow line. You're like, no, you ought to start a business in the medical marijuana industry. Why? Because it's growing and there's a high demand. That's what's happening. And if you ain't responding like that, you off point, period. Nobody cares about all this other stuff you want to think about. Yeah, they sound like good ideas at another time. But if you ain't responding to what is it now in a high demand, what's really, really happening right now, a lot of people believe that the world is ended. Fact. Play on it. Even if you don't believe it, be smart. Use that as a leverage. Culminate people into your ideology and make them feel obligated to pay you. It's a common trick, but it's been working way, way longer than the stuff that you're talking. Facts. Test the time. People feel obligated to pay people that's teaching them about God. Facts. We ain't got to sit there and play all this. Like, you don't have to believe it, but you can look and see it's evident. It works. Just because IUIC is probably on some other stuff and everybody agreeing about some of the things that they're doing, but at the end of the day, they running that whole little priesthood thing to the T. And they're getting paid by doing it.
All right, brother. I'm gonna show you something about the man and why our people are not really getting it, man, as far as economically speaking. Let me share my screen real quick. And why we should target this and why we preach and why I preach and go. 'Cause I don't see channels talking about what degrees have the high payouts. I don't see nobody especially from the Israelite community, talking about education and pushing it to the forefront. But anyway, this is CIO.com, the most in demand tech jobs for 2020 and how to hire for them. From data scientists to developers to engineers, the battle for the best IT talent wages. Here's what to look for and what to offer when hiring for the 10 most in demand jobs for 2020. As companies scramble to adapt to the tight IT job market, they're doing whatever they can to attract top tech talent. For some, that means getting a head start and filling this year's most in-demand roles, which range from data-focused to security-related positions, according to Robert Half Technologies' 2020 IT salary report. The survey also reveals the average salaries for each role based on experience. While Robert Half Technology acknowledged a lot will impact a company's starting salary, including competition, location, corporate culture, and budgets, there are certain things you can look for to make sure you land the talent you want. Here are 10 jobs expected to be in demand for 2020. The skills and experience should look for an average salary you want to pay to stay competitive. These are the 10 most in-demand tech jobs for 2020. AR architect, 25% pay $120,000, 50% $143,000, 75 $161, 95% $189. Business intelligence intelligent analyst, 87 to 110, 136, 185. Cloud architect, 117, 141, 169, 196. Data analyst, it ranges from 83 to 130, 100 and 163, 118. All these are six-figure jobs, essentially. Developer, software developer, starting at 86. The highest I see is $206,000. A DevOps engineer, 93,000 the lowest, 180 grand the highest. Help desk and desktop support professionals, 50 grand being the lowest, 80 grand is being the highest. Network cloud administrator, 76 being the lowest, 130 grand being the highest. Network security architect engineer administrator, $116,000 being the lowest, 185,000 being the highest. System administrator, 69,000 to 117,000. Then it explains the 25th percentile, which is the entry-level workers on those industries with less competition, 50% average experience, a job with average complexity, or work industry with moderate, 75th 75th percentile, about above average experience, strong skill certifications, and more complex role in fairly competitive industry, 95th percentile. So if we look at the 25th percentile entry rate, if you're an AR architect, you starting off $120,000. Cloud architect, $120,000. Developer, you're starting off $80,000. If you're doing web software, $99,000. And if you're starting off with mobile development, $121,000. So our people need to be going into these fields with high demand. They got enough people that can do this stuff. That's why they pay so much. High skills, high demand. These are the type of job markets we should be attacking as a people. Again, this is all about being a utilitarian. Which, let me get that utilitarian definition one more time, man. Utilitarian.
Yeah, I need that, man, because I never heard of this word, but it sounds like a word that I want to use.
Utilitarianism is the doctrine that actions are right if they are useful or for the benefit of the majority.
Yeah. That sounds like the commandments.
Yes, but we're talking.
Sounds like a priesthood, because we can do that right now. Like, you can put that in the action instant. Like think about it. All of us people that be over here on these debate things, if we all just move together, or say we all already lived in the same city, it was like, hey man, I'm gonna put my money with you, and we can just go ahead and just use this building and start. You know what I'm saying? Gathering people over here and teaching them this and teaching them that and this and that and this. You can do that now. This is easy.
Right.
And I'm talking about, and it'll be up and jumping and running. I'm talking about literally in a week or two.
Well, me and my house, the household I'm in, I believe in these principles already. I'm just trying to spread it to the forefront. This is my gospel. You understand? For our people. I'm trying to spread this information to the forefront, because this is going to be the most beneficial and beneficiary to Black people if they change their mind and start thinking in this mode, right? And start
That's
going
what I'm saying.
These highly competitive, highly demand jobs and dominating them. We're going to be better off as a people, and we can start doing these things that we keep crying and moaning about, having our own police force, task force, whatever, militia, so we can police ourselves, having these centers to deal with the psychological ills and social ills of our people, hiring these professionals, sending people to school for these professions to deal with the psychological damages in our community. You understand? Making the nuclear family great again, right?
Okay.
Family great again.
Let me ask you one question.
Economy. What's your question?
Let me ask you one question.
What's your question?
Is it or is it not part of the biblical scenario to get people to chip in money?
I mean, if you had an organization, I can understand you taking donations.
Right. So,
but they didn't
because you're smart, and a person like you should be in some type of building, kicking what you kicking. You're not supposed to just be sitting here, you know what I mean, kind of pondering these things, and you know what I mean, kind of exchanging them with people that's real far from you and stuff like that. You're supposed to be somewhere. You're supposed to be doing this, but it's supposed to be for real. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm like, I wouldn't need to go to college. What I really would need to do is just go to you. I'm like, no, I don't need all that stuff. This dude did all that for me. Thank you. Now teach me, literally, teach me what you know that you learned for 4 years. Teach me that in 2 or 3 days. Teach me this. So I can just go ahead and bypass everybody. So while all these white boys is 18 going to school, I'm gonna be 18 applying. Talking about, yeah, I got 3 years experience. Me and some Israelites them built some stuff.
Well, what I want to institute when I go to Houston, you know what I'm saying, and I get my own business going, HVAC business, I want to go to these inner city schools and pick these children up in a program and let them work in the field with me. You understand? So they can get in the field experience and be ahead of all of their peers when it comes to that field. You understand?
Now
I have
you're cooking.
real world applications that I want. I mean, real world things that I can apply. You know what I'm saying? I just have to get there. It's grassroots right now.
Now you're cooking. You see what I'm saying? But then now you take it into an even deeper level. Well, hey, at the end of the day, we ain't got a building. So you can start doing those things right now online. Or start doing those things at a local level. Letting people know, making flyers. Like I'm telling you, man, if you watch the way some things are done, it's all done at a ground level and with flyers. That it'll blow you away. But that's how you can do things. And I'm talking about, and you can do things uncontrollably. Wait a minute. Is that a real word? No. Well, you feel what I'm saying? Uncontrolled. People under the Richter. No strings attached to you.
All right, man.
That's how you do it.
I'm gonna conclude it, man. We've been going 5 hours long. You know what I'm saying? I might call this the utilitarian show, man. I'm start doing this every Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? And you got the utilitarian show. What's best for the majority of us? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I've been trying to focus on. That's the whole thing of me following the politics, the campaign between Trump and Biden, trying to get people to see that Biden is a terrible choice for black people, and Trump, at least we can leverage and glean something from his side in the Trump administration, man. I want to thank everybody that came out this Sabbath and sat through the 5 hours and got something from this information and watched and viewed and support the channels. Subscribe to MG on Facebook. Subscribe to Genesis 49ers, Y'all World 77, and most importantly, subscribe to the new channel, Source Debate League, on YouTube. All of the debates will be uploaded there. We're going to concentrate all our efforts on that channel and build it up. Anyway, Shabbat Shalom. I'll see y'all next time, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Thanks for letting me on.
All right, no problem, brother. Shalom.
Thanks for jogging in with me, brother.